Hey up. Don't know if there's anybody. There's nobody watching. Nobody watches now. Right. Oh, 7 people straight in. Fucking hell. Oh, I am a mess. Stand-in landlord for the night. Let me just turn. Hang on a minute. Oh, what's going on here? Right. These are 50, 150. I can only turn them up. There. There we go. I can hear myself. There you go. Ah, mutter, mutter. Mutter, mutter. How are we all? Stand-in landlord for the night. Oh, it retains the patch position. That's nice. Oh, hello. I do like the way you say hello, Keith. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder if they'll buff out. Looks like they might. Guess what new toy I got? Aye, Keith, it is. No, I've tried to go for Kent Hair tonight. And Kent Stubble. Well, I'm lacking dogs. Hang on, let me just come and call the wife. Oh! Did he just say that out loud? Oh dear. Sorry, just replying here. I've been drafted in. I can only be here for the first hour, and then I'll have to go for an hour, and then I'll come back. So, Matty Boy, well, I'm sure, will be here soon. The start of the bar, Wookie, and by the way, hope you're feeling okay. The start of the bar is still not very well, bless him. So, he pinged me about 20 minutes ago. She's fancy running a pub. I'm like, yeah, we haven't had one of those in a while. Why not? Let's do that. So here we are. And here is Andy.
Hey, what's happening?
Oh, not a lot.
Yeah? Kent's not doing well, huh?
No, he's he's still recovering, bless him.
That's terrible.
You know, like when he gets to our age, you know, it takes you you longer to recover. So,
tell me about it.
Yeah. My missus. It's funny because Kent was kind of explaining what he's been having, and I spoke to him a little while ago. And how are you? Mutter, mutter, grumble, grumble, and the kind of symptoms he was coming up with were very similar. Were very similar to what my missus has got. And I'm just wondering if half of it is a bug that he might have picked up, and this has just been exacerbated by his little cheese-related incident.
I didn't hear about the cheese thing.
Let's just say Mr. Spong overconsumed a rather strong, mature Welsh cheddar late one evening.
Oh, no.
Which is not advisable.
No.
And he suffered from let's say a soupçon, or no, actually probably more a tsunami of acid reflux.
Well, not just that, but you get all plugged up if you had too much cheese in one go,
Yeah.
right?
So and this all happened when he was asleep, and so he's done himself a mischief, you know, sort of like from here to down here sort of thing.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so
terrible.
No, that one.
Yeah, he's feeling it, but bless him.
He's been a little ill for a while, right? Because we couldn't do the official NAMM crazy stream. So
yeah. Ollie, you can't blame the French on this one.
No, this is true. See, French cheese doesn't really do. French cheese is kind of sloppy, isn't it? It's like sloppy seconds.
I don't eat French cheese, I'm afraid. Sorry, Ollie, but I just don't.
But you don't so much eat French cheese as you kind of drink it, don't you?
No, yeah.
Well,
No,
Roquefort will
It's
mess
a-
you up.
no,
There's a lot of
it's-
acid in there.
It's a bit like when you've had a cold and it's all built up here, and it's a bit like swallowing that. Yeah.
Yeah, my missus describes it in a slightly different way, but I've never had that experience. So,
How is she, by the way? She'll heal
yeah,
and
she's
better.
fucking moaning. I'll care. No, she's fine. Well, I say she's fine. She, like I said, I was just saying, she's got this thing. She had a really nasty sort of cold. It wasn't COVID or anything. Well, we don't think it was. It felt like a cold. And then that seemed to be going, and then all of a sudden she started, vomiting. Like, and she got up one morning at like 4 o'clock, and she was like, bleh, bleh, bleh.
She was exploding, basically.
Literally, she was both ends. Yeah. No, Ollie, I shan't. So that there was that, and then the sore throat came back and hasn't gone away. The vomiting thing just lasted a day. She felt quite a bit better after that. But she's had this kind of sore throat that doesn't seem to want to go away. And then she was complaining about her ears feeling sort of all bunged up, and sort of like, if she leans over, she can hear things. So, it's like that nowadays. To get to see a doctor, you have to jump through so many hoops. This is the one thing I miss about living in a village with its own doctor, because you could pretty much guarantee that if you really weren't well, you could get seen that day. Now that we live in a town which has got, exponentially more people, it's a lot more difficult. Anyway, long story short, she phones up the doctor, or she does the Ask My GP thing. The Ask My GP app tells her to go and see a pharmacist. She goes and see a pharmacist. The pharmacist looks at her throat and says it doesn't look inflamed or anything like that. As for your ears, I can't check your ears on the NHS. You'd have to do that privately, which they want 25 quid to look in your ear hole. So Jackie's like, screw that. So she went back to the Ask My GP thing. She says, I've been to the pharmacist. The pharmacist says you can't find him, but eventually they give her a doctor's appointment. So she goes to see the doctor, who looks in her ears and says, your eardrums are all concave, as in
Internal pressure.
Internal pressure's pulling them in, and you've got sort of like, there's a build-up of fluid of some sorts behind your eardrums. And I'm thinking the sore throat thing, because I sometimes get this when I have a really bad snotty sinusy thing. You get the post-nasal drip down the back of your throat, and it can really make your throat feel fucking awful. So I'm just wondering if it's those two things. Anyway, the doctor said there's not a lot we can really do. You just got to wait for it to clear, but you can help yourself by having a couple of sprays of Beckinase up the nose, and so that's what she's doing. But I mean, she's not to the point where she's going to work and shit, so because I make her crack that whip.
Well, I had that prior, over and after Christmas, and it was about 6 weeks, and it went and came back 3 times.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what
Fucking
Kent
horrible.
has got, a bit of that, as well as really bad fucking indigestion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I've said before, I know what he's going through with that, because I have horrendous acid reflux, and it's a psychosomatic thing from my PTS.
Yeah.
But when they did the endoscopy, oh fucking hell, shit, we're in the shit now.
Defend the cheese.
I'm trying to catch up with you, Ollie. Look.
Yeah, we're all sported a little bit, but not as sexy as that.
You're joining the club. Can you hear me properly? I'm on the laptop. I'm on holidays at the moment. I'm in Lanzarote.
Why are you coming in here then?
Because I saw the lights. I wanted to report. I got myself one of those.
Did you get one of those, Andy? Oh, he's gone. Yeah.
No, not yet.
I
No.
know Keith got one. Keith got the orange one. Are they good?
I'm tempted. The bubble keys are kind of weird, though, right?
Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed with it. I have to say.
Click?
There's a little sort of clickety feel about it. It's like, it feels like the buttons on a DX7.
Like right. I just thought it was just like a touch thing.
So did I, yeah. But it's okay. It works fine for what it does exactly what I wanted it to do, which is sit on my laptop here, and while I'm working away, and I have a small keyboard. I tell you what's disappointing. It's the build quality.
Really?
Yeah.
Very, very thin plastic, and it feels like if I
You squeeze too hard.
if I
Done,
squeeze too
yeah.
hard, I'll crush it. But this is my phone.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a couple of things on it. There's loads of like patterns you can edit and things like that. And I feel for something like that you'd probably either use with a laptop or a Korg Volca or something very limited that already have all those abilities. Like it's sort of wasted space. I don't think you need that. And I'd rather they put the money in a better case for it.
yeah, but the big question is, will it fit up your ass?
I haven't tried yet.
A little better than a Volca. Yeah.
Yeah, one of those
If I
and
get
the Volta.
drinks tonight, I'll let you know tomorrow.
So do you
So
find it hard
it's-
playing chords with it, with the bubble key?
Not really, it just takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's okay. It's not a full keyboard,
Yeah.
You got to expect what.
No, I mean, just get them to
This
fire at the
is-
same time since they're bubble triggers. So they,
Yeah, it's easy to miss them sometimes, but it's just better than the laptop keyboards that I've been using for a long time, and it just because I just bring a hand luggage on holidays like that, it's perfect. I wish the build quality was better because you can't just put it in your pocket or in a backpack.
Which is
Yeah.
kind
That's
of what
why-
you want to do, isn't it?
that's why I carry the
Exactly,
Rollies
yeah.
keyboard block everywhere. That little keypad is great. Plus, you have the expression too.
So it's good. It does exactly what I wanted it to do, but yeah, a bit disappointed with it.
Well, I bought something today, and I'm incredibly impressed with the build quality because it's all fucking metal and it weighs a ton.
I have to. I'll come back in a minute. Sorry.
Okay, this I tell you, I can. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, not only does it sound great, but the build quality. I tell you, I mean, so far, I mean, I'm talking about the chassis and the weight of it. It feels very fucking heavy.
Properly built.
It does feel that way. It's literally all metal. I've got to say, this is my first since the MS-101, which is entirely plastic. The keyboard on that, I didn't really sort of think about it too much because it's a 25 key, simple monophonic thing. You're not going to be sort of mashing. This, I know a lot of people sort of say, they're not the best key beds in the world. It doesn't feel awful. And the aftertouch feels, I had, what was it, the Arturia
Is it poly or channel?
channel. The Arturia, I remember the, what was it, the Keylab 61, the Mark 1 Keylab 61. For me, that's a benchmark of shit key beds because not only did the key stops keep breaking off indiscriminately sometimes without even being used. You'd come in the morning and the key would be plugging up. But also when you push down for the aftertouch, the key literally flexed. It didn't rock that little. It went like it was horrible, really, really horrible. So this doesn't feel awful. It's not Polybrute 12. It's not Astrolab. Or it's not something that's 3 times the price. But it's not bad. And you'll like this. You'll like this sound. I can't play the Depeche Mode songs. The number of Depeche Mode songs that use that choir sound, especially on. But I gravitate to all of these ones. But I was reading, so Steve Elbows, who I've been talking with a lot about this just recently, pointed me to someone on Gear Space, which is a place I don't frequent because mostly it's a shitfest. And there's a guy in there who is a long-term PPG Wave owner, and he says, if I'm going to buy anything to replace a PPG Wave, it's that. He said, I've had it a day, and it does everything that the PPG Wave does.
Wow.
Sounds. He said the only thing apparently is the envelope is linear, not exponential. I think that's what he said.
Okay.
It got a bit complicated. I was like, yeah, okay, what are you saying? There's that. And between Starsky Carr and myself and a couple of other people, we've identified something that is missing that ought to be there, shouldn't actually difficult to do, in as much as the original Wave 2.2 and 2.3, you could, through Waveterm, you could load your own samples in. And therefore it became effectively a crude sampler. They called them transients. And there were two looping modes on those samples, or transients. One was called a short looping mode, and the other one was called a long looping mode. And the short looping mode and the long looping mode, the difference was exactly what you'd think. The short loops were only 128 samples long, and the long loops could be anything, depending if you had a 2.3, they could be up to 8,192 samples long. So a reasonable amount. You try and loop something with 128 sample width, and it's basically, it sounds like a Spectrum boot in. It's fucking terrible. And they've only implemented short looping on this, not the long looping. Which means that if you load up a sample or a transient, should I say, such as Cathedral Choir, which is this very famous propaganda using Dr. Mabuse and all that kind of stuff. If you load that up, it goes kind of, I won't do the sound, but it goes choir sound, because it's looping just literally a slice. And there's nothing you can do about it. So a lot of people have noticed that, and hopefully they'll fix it.
Speaking of short loops, here he is.
I was going to say, now, hang on. Who was it? What was it Kosh said? This has turned into the Behringer channel because Ty hasn't been around.
The Behringer police.
Are you talking? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the wave?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just got an alert saying there's a pub, and I just thought I
know. A lot of people have been going like, oh, there's a pub.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you enjoying it?
It turned up this afternoon. I couldn't open it until about 5:30. I played with it for about half an hour. Then it was dinner, and then I just come and sat down. But yeah, I mean, look, it's the one thing. It's authentic in as much as it's still got the shitty fucking user interface.
It's the shittiest interface. Oh,
yeah.
It's absolutely fucking bollocks. Yeah.
But they've been
one of the very few synths.
authentic.
It's one of the very few synths ever where I've sat down in front of it and just gone, whoa, okay, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, but I figured out some of the basics. I figured out how to change patches, so that's good.
It's one step on with Kent and the ambient.
Yeah, so it's
and a few steps more than the regen, but
but
yeah,
I was just saying, yeah, that's why I didn't unbox this one live. So there's this guy in Gearspace who is apparently a long-term PPG Wave owner, and he can't say anything bad about it. As far as he's concerned, it's the closest thing to that genuine PPG that you can get. And I think he's got things like microwaves and XTs, and I think he's got a third wave as well. But he said, this is pretty good. So I'll take it. But yeah,
it's a shame though. Speaking of Behringer, if you saw when I was talking to Manny on one of my videos at NAMM, where I'm playing the BX1 for a few seconds, and the fucking keys are breaking on it. Don't put a prototype out, or you can't even put aftertouch on the keys without popping the keys off. And the screen was some piece of shit, half-ass screen they put on. You couldn't even read. It was very dim.
Yeah, but
so why do that on a prototype? Make it look nice.
Yeah, but you got to say though, whether it was a shitty prototype or whether it was factory ready, which it obviously wasn't, but it caused the biggest stir.
Well, of course it did.
The biggest headline.
Of course it did, but I mean, how much you said they only had 2 weeks to do it before NAMM. I mean, come on, they could plan ahead and make sure at least it looks halfway decent.
You know what they're like, though.
It's crazy.
I mean, they just released that RD78 today, and I looked back on Gear News to find out when we first spoke about it, and it's that same old thing. It's about 3 or 4 years ago when they first, mentioned, oh look, we can make an RD 78 and stick it in one of those TD size boxes.
I don't know. I've just played with many prototypes at NAMM over the years from many companies, and no one ever had a fucked up product like that as a prototype. So
Yeah, well then no one else was Behringer, were they? Let's be honest.
exactly, yeah.
But no, I mean credit to them. I think they probably.
It sounded okay. I mean, I heard some
Yeah.
of the sounds on it. So.
Well, the sounds. I don't think they were even responding to velocity, from what I heard. It was pretty basic.
Yeah.
But it was there, and it was, it's got people excited. So, fair play. Fair play. Oh dear me. So yeah, I've turned into a bit of a Behringer whore.
Twat.
Fuck off. You told me.
Fuck me, Michael Caine's turned up. You told me.
No, I did. You're exactly right. Robbie's done exactly what I said was the best thing for him to do on both counts. Is that true?
It is.
Yeah.
Just watch. Ty's gonna have a Studio 4 all full of just Behringer stuff.
Do you know what? I'd do it just to fuck people off. I'd literally just buy one of everything they've made and put for everything else. Just fill a studio just full of that.
That's it.
Yeah.
The Behringer Studio. Yeah.
And you will secretly enjoy it.
He'd never go in there.
No.
He'd lock it and throw away the fucking key. That's what he'd do.
Pip, if you don't want Ty to go anywhere, just buy some Behringer gear and put it in.
It's like the Captain Cucumbers, right?
Fill your knickers with Behringer gear. There you go. He knows I'm only joshing. Wanker. I've missed him. Well, I haven't really missed him because he keeps fucking phoning me. But
Well, I've got fucking nothing else to do other than fucking dinosaurs, so...
Harsh. Look at me, I'm wearing my old bloody headphones again.
Why?
Because my new ones have gone in for repair. Fucking wankers.
Well, you wait till you see mine when they arrive.
Oh, God, what you got? What's that? What?
Focal utopias, they call
Never
them.
heard of them, but I'm assuming they're going to cost a fucking fortune and sound like God singing in your ear.
It depends what you call a fortune. What do you call a fortune?
More than I can afford.
For headphones, anything that's 4 figures or more.
Okay, this is a fortune.
Jesus.
It's 4,700 for the headphones. But then you have to buy the headphone amp to go with it. So that's another $3,500.
No.
Wow.
Seriously, what the fuck? Oh yeah, hang on a minute. What's the date? Yeah, it's
but
getting close to fucking April.
But are they that good? Are they that good?
Apparently, do you know the funny part? The thing is with this kind of shit is that you try and find. I mean, I can't at the moment. Anyway, I can't fucking leave this room at the moment. But you try and find anywhere that actually has them in stock for you to try. And so you have to just go on reviews and YouTube and what everyone else says. Wow. And the bottom line tends to be, yeah, they are that good. They are that good. It's good. You know. Once you go above a certain whatever, they kind of go into this kind of special territory that the impression you get is you and I have not heard anything like it before. And I've got the clears, the focal clears, and they're about whatever they are, 1,300 quid or something, and they're amazing. They're really good, but apparently the utopias are just at a whole new level above that.
I bought a pair of these limited edition Bayer Dynamics, which are these are pros. These ones were Pro X limited centenary edition or whatever, a couple of £100. And I thought I was pushing the boat out. I only bought them the end of May last year. And have you ever owned any Bayer Dynamics?
No.
So they have these things here, these they're called sliders, but basically it's 2 bits of plastic into which sits this little, I don't know what you call it. It's a clip that goes round the arm that holds the earpiece.
Yeah, I know the type.
Yeah, so these 2 pieces of plastic bolt together, they hold this clip in place, and then that allows you to step, the the earphones up and down. That's all it does. It's a simple mechanism. Now, I bought these about 15 years ago, and they've been absolutely brilliant. They still sound great. But I think over those 15 years, I've probably, once every 4 or 5 years, I've had to replace those, at least one, if not both of those plastic bits, because they eventually crack, particularly on the inside. But, after 4 or 5 years, you think, oh, well, that's okay, because I'm always doing this, on and off, on and off. These ones I bought back at the end of May, they went just after Christmas. And they went in such a way, because normally they crack, and you see the crack, and it gets a little loose. And then you order the spares. This one cracked to the point where it was an angled crack, and it was the sharp piece was sticking out. And the only reason I knew that they were broken is when I went like this and scratched my head at the top there.
Shit.
Not bad. I mean, there wasn't blood or anything, but it was like fuck. So I went on the Behringer. I'm a fucking man. I went on the Behringer website and logged a thing, and they said, because you're in the UK, you need to go through the UK distributor, which is Polar, down in Sussex or something. Okay, so I went to Polar, and Polar said, oh, yeah, that's not a problem. It's under warranty. We'll send you a form. You'll have to send them in. We'll get the engineer to fix those for you. And I said, but just send me the kits, because they sell the kits on the website. Just send me the kit. It's 2 torque screws. It takes about 2 minutes to do. I can do. Oh no! If you did that, sir, you didn't validate the warranty.
I love that.
So she said, when she said we'll send you a document, I assumed it would be like a prepaid postage label and returns note sort of thing. No, it's just an address sheet. There's no I had to pay for my own headphones under warranty to go back to be repaired.
Wankers.
I know. When I raised this with them, they said, oh well, you'll have to speak to our repairs department. So I've got to speak to them. They've had them now nearly 2 weeks. And I phoned them up yesterday and I said, where are my headphones? And they said, we're still waiting for the replacement parts to come in. They take 2 to 3 weeks. I said, they're my main cans. These things were broken. The sliders are broken. And I just got to the point I thought, fuck it, I'll just buy a new pair. So I went onto their website to order a new pair of sliders for this. 32 quid delivered for 4 bits of plastic, 4 screws, and 2 of these little clip things. Fucking hell.
You see, just buy the $1,300 headphones, and you're all set. You don't have any of that problem.
I know,
right?
and I'll probably get a blowjob from them as well.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So see these are. So they're the Focal Studio Clear. So they're kind of
nice.
So they're lovely.
Yeah.
But you can order replacement pads.
Yeah, you can do it on these as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The replacement pads for this were £158, and they are literally just some sponge with a bit of velvet over.
Yeah,
That's all they are.
Yeah, these.
I think the phrase is "fuck off."
Yeah, honestly, it's disgusting.
These are about 30 quid, 40 quid, I think. And you can have grey, you can have black. And when I got my other ones, my newer ones, they had the same, the kind of grey fluffy things, which after a while get flat and they go green because you get hot and you sweat a bit, and it doesn't matter how often you take them off and wash them, they still turn a funny colour. So I went on Amazon and I found a third-party Chinese company that made replacements for that particular set of cans that have got a cooling gel in them. And they are gorgeous. They're still on the ones that I sent back. They're really, really nice. And I can wear those for 3-4 hours and not even feel, because after a while with these you start getting a bit itchy and you have to move them around a bit. But no, I was so I'm going to wait. I've invested. I say invested compared to what you paid is pocket money. But I've paid a couple of £100 for these cans, and they come with a 2-year warranty. And after the 2 years is up, if and when they break, which they inevitably will, I think I should be unfortunately dropping, because I like the sound of these, and they're ideal for what I do because they're closed back. They've got a little bit of extra bass, and these new ones have got a little bit of extra top end on as well. But yeah,
So Ty, regarding your fancy headphones, the 4-figure ones, have you found that as you're getting older, you're losing a lot of the highs and stuff anyway, where some of that doesn't matter so much?
Do you know what? It could well be. I could well get them and just sit there and go, they just sound exactly the same as the ones they could do.
Yeah.
No, they. Do you know? Honestly, I'm kind of resigned to it. My hearing's okay. My hearing's not too bad because I've been to a club, I've been to a nightclub probably twice in my life, and I don't listen to music at ridiculous levels for lengths of time. I do. When at certain times, I will listen really fucking loud, but most of the
I
time
always wear
when
earplugs
I'm
to
working,
concerts. I don't
I
want
work.
to lose my hearing. So
Oh, I wear flares. Sorry,
Yeah.
not flares as in jeans. There's Flare Audio make these things, yeah, for your ears. So I wear those at gigs and things. So I've kind of looked after my ears. So, but yeah, my frequency response isn't as it was. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too. I can't. I probably
have you had it
can't. I
tested?
can't do six. The last time I had it tested, I think I was basically down to 12K, something
Yeah.
like that, 12, 13K. The last time I had them tested.
No.
So, but
It sucks, right? Even if you take care of it, it still fucking goes.
yeah. It's I'm 50. I'm 57 in shortly, and
Yeah.
so I'm not. It's gonna go. So, but yeah. It's fine. But look, Robbie and I had this conversation about the whole thing with all of this shit. It's the fact that this is all shit that earns me money. So, a lot of people, it's a hobby. It's their it's their life. They love it, but
Yeah.
they don't make money out of it. I make money out of all of this shit. So for me, it makes me money back essentially. So it's a different kind of thing when you're making money out of it. You kind of, but I've done this since I very first started. When I very first started making the poxiest amount of money from working, doing what I'm doing, I would always put a percentage, quite a big percentage, back into gear and into. I called it the business. The business was basically just me trying to earn some money, but it was a business, and I always put money back into it. I always have, and I think I probably always will. Really, so yeah, it's different. If it was my
Brings up an
hobby,
interesting
I
point, though. Do you think someone who's much older, who's still in the
would.
business, is a reliable mastering engineer because their hearing is compromised?
No, probably not. No, they would no. No is a simple answer.
Yeah.
No, I mean I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Yeah. Because
No,
they're still floating around. You see a lot of the older guys floating around,
yeah,
don't they?
I just think they have to have younger ears with them. I think that's
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust someone above a certain age to do mastering for me unless there was a younger pair of ears, just as
There's a check. Yeah.
just as a check.
Speaking of
Because
someone
it's-
who knows fuck all about that kind of thing, if your ears, as they naturally do, get worse and you don't hear the higher frequencies so much, could you not compensate for that somehow with technology so that you're
Yeah.
hearing good stuff and what is it? They'll hear the good stuff as well. Can you? I don't know.
Theoretically, if you really knew your exact graph of your hearing, theoretically you could overcompensate by the exact amount artificially. Does that make sense? So if you know that you've got 6 dB,
like room correction, but for your headphones.
basically that. If you know you've got kind of minus 6 dB at 10K or something like that, you could in the monitoring chain, not in the recording chain, but
Of
in
course,
the monitoring chain, overcompensate by that exact. It's all theoretical. There's more to it than that. But
Oh, yeah, I'm
I
sure
mean
there is,
it's
But the problem there is you're living by the tools and the graphs, and as most people know, you have to use your ears closely, not just looking at graphs for stuff, right?
completely. I mean, this
Yeah.
is the thing. This is because I mean, talking of headphones and hi-fi, and I've kind of looking at loads of that because I'm changing loads of that shit at the moment. It is that thing of just because it's on a graph looks perfect
exactly.
doesn't mean it actually sounds.
Especially with sampling
good.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just, there are lots of, joking aside, looking at there's certain headphone amplifiers that I was looking at where theoretically are technically amazing, and then every single review of it, every single bass just turn around, it just sounds really cold and disconnected. So you can't just rely on numbers and graphs, and it's so yeah. But anyway, yeah. So I've got 3 weeks left.
Yay.
That's it. 3 weeks, and then I get my life back.
Is it actually going to be 3 weeks?
No. It is 3 weeks.
No? Okay.
Yeah. It is 3 weeks. So
and have problems been resolved? Are you back, kind of supposedly on track?
I'm kind of a bit behind, but that was all to do with when I wasn't well and all that kind of thing, and not being able to hear shit. So that kind of, I'm kind of more or less there. I'm a little bit behind, but nothing that I'm going to lose sleep over. So no, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Taking a break after it?
Oh,
you're going to take
rest of the year off, basically.
Good man.
I'll do Midge's album, and I'll do some other bits and bobs, but nothing of any, nothing.
I'll do Midge's album.
Of any pressure. No,
Wagyu.
that's not a. That's.
I know that's fun. I know.
That is fun because there's no pressure. The record company, there's no deadlines for the record company because they basically given us deadlines about 6 years ago. So, so we'll do it at our own pace and it'll be good. But it's
Nice.
but there's no pressure. The stuff I told you about arrived yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he bought
I
one.
got it out the box. I took it out the box.
What's your bolt?
One of them.
One of them.
OPXY. Have you played with it?
No, I've literally
No, of
taken
course
it out
you
of the box, and this one is still. This.
If he turns up with a BX1, we're going to piss myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck off. Honestly, Robbie, I think you should be getting excited about that.
Yeah. I like what they do. Although I've never bought any of their stuff, I do like what
But
I
it's
see and hear.
FM, for fuck's sake.
Look, no, see, no, Pete, no, we've got to stop this. We've got to stop
It's
this.
FM, and you only like FM. You don't like anything that's FM.
Be careful what you wish for.
Has somebody put that big handle in his back again and started winding him up?
Gee.
And also, it's still up in the house. The Torso ST4
Oh yes.
granular thing. Got one of
Did you
those as
get
well.
the GR Mega?
No, because the GR Mega never really did it for me. I actually didn't like the build. If I'm honest, I didn't like the build quality of the fader. And bearing in mind, it's all so fader driven, and it just felt so cheap. I bought the tempura, not tempura. What's it called? The God.
Yeah, I rings a bell. It rings a bell.
I think it was called tempura. Yeah.
Well, if it's FM, it will.
I get you.
It's granular.
That's it, yeah.
So I got that.
I think I played with one of those at Super Booth.
Yeah, it's that, but the interface, I can't get to fucking grips with
Yeah.
it. But whereas the ST4 looks a kind of more accessible version of it. So,
Yeah.
but
No,
anyway, this is all shit that I can play with in March.
Yay.
So Ty, did you buy the OPXY because you had certain features in mind, or just because you want another teenage engineering device?
No, hang on a minute. Sorry. No, I actually bought it because one of the frustrations with the OP1 and all that stuff is the sequencing on it is incredibly
It's fun.
I'm going to say it's fun.
Weird.
It's it's organic and it's weird and it's. But if you actually just want to use it as do some straight sequencing on it, it's a fucking pain in the ass. That's the bottom line. And I just thought that one was more. It's just more direct, sequencing toy. Basically,
Well, there's a step sequencer in the OP1. I mean, mostly used for rhythms.
but I know, but it's not like the sequencer on that. And I just thought, you know what? I'm sure they'd make a great pairing.
Have you tried that trick with the Etch-a-Sketch mode? If you
Oh,
feed in a
no.
signal, hold down a key, it will actually populate your notes like a proper sequence.
Really? No, I haven't done that.
Yeah.
No. Oh well, I mean, to be fair, I need. Oh God, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've just got a text from Pip, which means I have a valid excuse to fucking escape.
Oh.
Because she's just sent a message saying cup of tea or pudding. So I've just put.
Well, you look like a pudding.
Yeah. says the person who looks most like a pudding in the room.
No, it looks like I've had all the puddings. That's what it looks like. So listen, you were talking a few minutes ago, a couple of minutes ago, about hearing and about monitoring and about mastering and all that stuff.
You what?
What?
Fuck off.
We generally can't hear you.
Am I quiet or not here at all?
No.
You cunts.
It's not us. Look at Robbie. He's the only one with control.
This is true.
I have ultimate power. I get such
Continue,
shit,
Andrew.
don't
So I'm fucking off in 15 minutes.
I'm fucking off in 2 minutes, so make it quick, Andrew.
You're all
Story
about
of his life. Story of his life, isn't it?
I
fucking off in 2 minutes, Andrew.
I've been wearing hearing aids for a very considerable time, and I've worn very, very expensive hearing aids for a very considerable time. And I've done a lot of work on research and development with various manufacturers, and lots of work with some really, really good ear, nose, throat people, hearing professors of various different things. Professor Robinson, particularly at Gloucester. And it's a fascinating subject. The funny thing was that for years I didn't tell anyone, because I felt if I was doing audio, I mean I do video, but primarily now, but if I told anyone I was doing audio and I had hearing aids, they'd just go, get out, fuck off, go away. The thing is, I noticed, Ty, that you, like me, wear these things. And we wear these things to, and no one questions our ability to see if we're using these. Now, clearly I have some really fairly major hearing loss. It's to do with arthritis and bone stuff. But the really funny thing is, when you set your hearing aids up properly, as I have done, because I have full control over mine, your brain adapts in the most astonishing way. We did back in 1996, 97. I had an op on my hearing on this ear because I had something called otosclerosis. It's a thickening of the bone. You have the stapes and all the other things which connect the outer ear to the inner ear, to the cochlea, and all those bones attach to a base plate, and that bone thickens. And simply what they do when that happens is they stop the blood supply or cut the blood supply to that bone so it doesn't grow anymore, and they replace the bones that are left with a piston, a Teflon piston. That was all good, but then I had an ear infection, a really bad one, post-operative, bad care at the hospital and all that kind of stuff. But what came out of that was some really interesting stuff. For about 3 weeks afterwards, whilst I was getting all this CO2 pumped into me to try and force antibiotics into my cochlea, I was hearing 3.25 semitones above in this ear what I was hearing in this ear. So everyone was talking, a third, a minor third or whatever, above, or major third, above where I was expecting it to be. So everyone was talking in chords, and it was deeply perplexing. And I'm explaining this to the Professor Robinson, that this is what's happening. And he said, well, that can't happen. I said, well, it is. And so we started looking at modelling how the brain works and what was going on, and about the interference patterns between different frequencies that are recognised in the cilia in the cochlea. And we worked out, that there's no direct connection to the brain, so you can't stimulate an electrical signal at the other end of the cochlea and get a sound out, because it's coded. And the second thing was that the brain does this incredible job of modelling. to give you, to give you a lot more frequency content than perhaps you think you have, and also to rebuild a stereo field. So if I have something coming that's just coming directly into this ear and nothing else, I find it really difficult to hear it. As if there's 2% coming in here, or either 2% here and the rest is here, then I hear proper stereo. It's fine from that one source. So you were asking about, someone was asking about whether or not, if you've got bad hearing, you can somehow, for mastering or whatever, do some sort of post-mix monitor adjustments to make it work for you, so you can get that extended thing. And the truth is, you can only do so much, but you can do enough so that with time, and it's literally weeks, 5 or 6 weeks, your brain remodels everything and you're hearing most of what you need to hear, if not pretty much all of what you need to hear, to be able to do that job really well, because you're listening critically. So the brain relearns all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I can absolutely believe that. I mean, that's the same, because the same thing happens, I think I've said before, with my eyes, because I've got one eye that's short-sighted and one eye that's long-sighted. And so I don't wear glasses most of the time. The only time I wear glasses is when I'm working. Day to day, I don't wear glasses because my brain completely works out the what should be, even though nothing is ever perfectly in focus, because one's short-sighted, one's long-sighted, and my brain just completely works it out. And it's almost like when I put glasses on, it's almost like my brain going, whoa, hang on a minute, what the fuck are you doing? You know, it's kind of, so it's kind of, it automatically works out. But it also means that sometimes it's difficult, because when I had my last eye test, he had to do it 3 times, because when he does the eyes individually, you get one prescription, and then he had to turn around and go, okay, this is not working because this can't physically be happening. So then turn around and went, okay, let's do both eyes at the same time, kind of thing. And that's how I got my glasses. If you do each eye individually, it's fucked. It doesn't know what it's doing. So I can believe that completely.
The last time I had an upgrade to these, which was only about 2 years ago, I got some slightly different aids. The hearing people I was going to were fucking brilliant, but they couldn't get them sounding right, and it was driving me nuts. And I said I'd rather stick with my old ones because I know how they work. And eventually they got one of the senior engineering people to fly over from Phonak to the UK to come and meet with me. And we sat down and we did all the tests, and he worked out exactly, between us, we worked out what was going on, and we were able to hone it in and get it sorted out. And you're right, sometimes you have to be insistent that your experience of whether it's visual or oral or whatever, you need to insist that your experience is not right, no matter what anyone else says, until you get it right.
Yeah.
And if you do that, you can go a really, really long way, unless you're Ian, and he of course is the master of the universe.
I am the master of the universe.
You are. I really do have to go. But
Look what I got! Look what I got!
Hey!
Gagging for it, isn't she?
Cheese board.
Oh, it's a pissing contest now. Watch out!
It's his fault. Hey! Got the same one. 2 lumps of wood with jacket studs in them. Yeah. It's Andy's fault.
Hang on.
See, he bought one.
Hang on.
So I had to buy one. Keeping up with the Joneses.
I really do have to go. I'm going to be back later though, so don't fuck off.
Go away.
Oh, well.
No, don't, because I'm having dessert, and then I'm coming back down to work. So
dessert.
Dessert. Not pudding. You don't have pudding.
You're having pudding.
It involves Pip. Okay.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. What?
See, 50% of that image in my head is fantastic. The other, not so much. Right, Matt. I've only got a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you get the invite?
I'm just literally sorting it now.
You might have to log out and log back in again, but when you do,
let me do it, and then I'll
go on then.
Right.
Coolio.
Or is this to run the pub?
Is he going to run the pub?
Yeah.
Where are you off?
I'm off to watch the last episode of Silent Witness.
Oh yeah.
With my
Do you know, I've never watched an episode of that.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Yeah.
Especially this particular episode because
Hey,
who did that? I didn't do that.
won't be
No
Matt.
idea.
No, Matt's not in it. Here we go. He's here now.
Fucking
Do you-
hell. Right. I do, yes.
Right. So very quickly, if anybody joins the pub, you'll
Yeah.
see them appear down below,
Yes.
and then all you got to do is just add them in. Press when you hover over the thing. So
Mm-hmm.
if you hover over them now, it says remove. But if they're not in there, it will say add, and you just add them in.
Hang on. It's not doing...
So what, I can talk you through it.
It's not... If I hover over anything, it's not doing anything at all.
Well, that's because everyone's on screen. If I... Here we go. Robbie, take me off screen and...
Hang on. I just need to make So no, you're in. You're
Oh, yeah, I've
definitely
got it.
signed
I've got it.
in.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, all good.
That's right. There we go. Right. Then I
Wow.
can go and then come back again, and you'll.
This looks really different from the other side.
The best thing about it is that you can do this, and then.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Or that. You can do that as well.
How the Oh, I see. Yeah. Hang on, let me have a go.
Hey.
Oh!
Right, okay,
Easy,
so how
Tiger.
the fuck do I get it back?
You hit the one next to it.
No.
Where you got two people side
That
by
one.
side.
There we go.
No,
Hey, that's
next
it.
one. Next
That's
one.
a different one.
Next one. That one. There you go.
There we go. That's better.
Oh, this could go badly wrong.
Don't be interrupting my silent witness.
Oh,
Panicked phone call. Robbie!
keep your phone close.
It'd be worse if you're watching something called Silent but Deadly. But
Oh.
Oh man.
Anyway,
So is Kent not well?
Kent's still not. 100%.
He's on the mend though, isn't he?
Well, he said to me earlier. He said the last couple of days he's felt worse again. So,
Oh man.
yeah.
Has he seen a quack?
I don't know if he's actually physically seen one, but he might have done a
Yeah,
phone
a
thing.
phone thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
does the health service provide house calls? Like doctors come out?
Yeah.
But it's harder and harder to get a house call. You have to be at
Literally
death's
at
door
death's
or
door.
very old, basically.
Or just throw a bunch of money at them?
Yeah, that
You
works.
can get a private one, but it's not cheap.
No, it's not.
Anyway, I will leave you to it for an hour. Behave.
Yes, well,
If you do have issues, ping me.
of course I will.
Because we can, it's the 21st century. I can pause live TV, so it's fine.
It's all good.
Yeah, can you do that?
You can.
Bloody hell.
Gosh.
Anyway.
Well, I only jumped in to do that, and I'll be back in a while as well, because I'm going to go and watch Thatcher and Brian.
Oh yeah, I watched the first episode last night. We're going to watch it at 9:30.
Yeah, I'm
Just
saving that.
starting up. Well,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
really
watching
good,
it
actually.
Thursday. I'm going
Very
We
to
good.
started watching Paradise on Disney Plus with Sterling K. Brown, and it's brilliant. It's really, really good.
Oh.
There's a massive. I can't. It's one of those you can't say because you'll just spoil all the
it,
little
yeah.
surprises. Yeah. But I will see you in about an hour.
Go on then, buddy.
Enjoy.
See you in a minute.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you in a bit. And he was expecting me to run this? Fucking hell, he can't even
Yeah,
get
you
himself
can
out.
do it.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'll be fine.
how are we all?
Okay.
All good?
I'm happy.
Yeah? Go on.
Yeah. Just, I've wanted a terror for so long, and it wasn't actually down to Andy, but actually Andy, because Andy got one at was it the weekend, Andy?
I got it at NAM.
Yeah, I got it at NAM.
Yeah.
And I just happened to, I've come into a little bit of money out of my mother's legacy, And we sorted the boys out first. And I said to Jane, you know that I should buy something with, you know, out of my mother's money. She went, yeah, get that then. Get that thing you were always after. So it turned up today.
Nice.
This afternoon. So
And
yeah, it's deep actually, isn't it, Andy? It's really this.
I told you, it's people think it's like anything else like that. They go, oh, it's just this wacky esoteric toy that just goes do 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 and all that stuff. But it has so many modes and so many engines and so many like hidden things. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So I'm just working through Vlad's tutorial. His introductory tutorial. I did try without the manual. It didn't really work.
Oh yeah, just switching presets, you'll be lost in 2 seconds.
Exactly. I'm thinking, I don't quite understand this.
Was it shades of Robbie in his region?
Oh, it was. It really was. I mean, I got a sound out of it, but then because Jason was here, we were doing some record label stuff, so we're both playing with it. We're both going, well, we stuck him sort of bass sounds. How do we get out of the bass sound? It was Robbie. Bless him. You know, and that when Robbie did that was the bravest thing in the planet, to actually, you know, do something without ever researching it. And it just proves the point, doesn't it, that, you know, sometimes we do need a manual.
Yeah.
You know.
Sometimes we need a manual.
Oh Christ! I'm messaging out as Kent Spong. Fucking hell!
That's all right.
impressive.
You are, because you're doing it on that rather than running up a separate instance of whatever on maybe on Firefox or something else. Or
Chrome.
Some other
Chrome. It would be
browser,
Chrome.
and then mute. But you know, if you do it on a different browser, then you can mute that browser in your control panel settings, and that way you can watch it and comment and do whatever. That's the way you do it.
I just won't comment. I'll just say hello.
There you go. Right. Well, I'm going to leave you to it as well. So good luck piloting
All right,
this.
mate. All right. Go gentle.
I will be back.
All right.
And listen, by the way...
And actually, Andy, I want to thank you again for your donation, because, you know, the cancer charity thing, we raised 371 quid, and you contributed to that. So thanks, mate.
Oh, listen, we wherever I can, I donate something to people that are doing things. You know, people don't do these things for fun. They do them because...
No, actually, some of it was quite challenging. Just, I mean, I know it's only walking, but I'm thinking, oh, Christ, I've got to go out today because I worked it out. I needed to do 3 or 4K a day, which isn't that much, but, you know, when you've got to commit to doing it every day, you know, but no, it was good. I enjoyed most of it.
I think what I was sort of heading towards there was that we are in a community here of people who are passionate for different things, but they display passion for this stuff and for other things. In your case, you know, there's cancer, and mine, it's community-based stuff and whatever. Each of us has causes and things, and where we can, we should support that. So, you know, and I only gave you a £5, and I bitterly regret it. Bitterly.
Why?
Because.
Oh,
because it wasn't a £5, then it was gift aid, and then it was something else on top, and then it was another fee, and all of a sudden I'm eating ice cream thinking that I'd done a really good thing, and that's not good for me. So it's your fault.
Oh,
okay. That's all I got to say.
I was very disappointed that bloody Meta Facebook took 90p off everybody every time they donated, which is just obscene.
Yep.
So here are people donating, and they're profiting, and you know I couldn't find any way to do it without them taking it really. Anyway, but I know it's only 90p, but the fact is you've donated X, and then they take another 90p, which just seems wrong to me.
Yeah. It's scurrilous. It's scurrilous shite. Yeah,
but thanks again.
4.5% is that or something, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
10? No, I don't know, whatever it is. But listen, it was good to do it. And I've also got to thank everyone here, because I came onto this pub a couple of weeks ago when one of my family was having some really difficult times, and you were all incredibly supportive and came up with some really, really good suggestions and whatever. And it's all worked out now. It's all worked out but that mattered, and it matters a lot. This community matters a lot. So thank you,
It does.
every one of you. Matt, you particularly, mate.
No, well, look, one of the things that I've learned very quickly with every one of you, is that when the shit hits the fan, we can all take the piss, and we do take the piss.
Oh, we
out
do
of each
take
other.
the piss. That's all. That's half the fun.
But when the shit hits the fan,
Yeah.
we got each other's backs. No problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
Definitely, I'd agree with that.
So, you know, it goes without saying.
We're
goes
always
without
only a
saying.
phone call away.
Yes.
And can I just say fanny batter, because it seems like a funny thing to say? I don't know.
I'm not saying that. No, it's rude. I'm not saying rude words. Not tonight.
Fine. I don't expect you to, but I wanted to say it.
Not tonight, but I've got the evidence.
You've
mate,
got
so
you've
I
got me.
bloody-
You've
yes,
got
I
me
have.
using the F word.
Oh yes,
yeah.
several times.
Ow!
Yeah.
Ow! That hurt. But I didn't swear. I didn't swear.
I'm going to disappear off for a bit, but
See you
Bye,
later,
mate.
mate.
I will be back. And High Symptoms and all those guys, and Paul Holmes. I've just found some lovely pictures of Paris for you at some point. I've got all the dev kit for that. I'm going to
Go on.
wander off, and I'll be back in a while. Good luck, Matt.
See you in a bit.
You'll be fine.
Cheers, buddy.
See you in a while.
Yeah.
See you later, mate. Cheers.
And fanny batter.
And hello to all the chatties. I haven't said anything in the chat really. But
Yeah.
hello.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
going to now because it'd be just
you-
too
'cause-
dangerous. Because I'll be getting, how are you, mate? How are you, mate? It's, oh shit, no. I don't want that. Oh dear.
So what we've been up to?
I sat and wrote some lyrics today. I was watching the video for Now and Then by the Beatles,
Oh yeah.
and all of a sudden I just got this raft of lyrics. How can I put it? It was almost like bit of a eulogy from Haley to Marshall, who passed last year.
Right.
And I just
yeah.
piled them down. It was like, fuck, are these any good? So I sent them to Rob and said, what do you think? And he was like, yeah, they're all right. So I've really got to turn that into something now.
Yeah. I
Really
do.
got to, because it was just, I don't know if you ever write lyrics or stuff, but
Oh yeah, I do. I think lyrics are really important.
yeah. But they generally only sort of happen with me when I'm under duress or stressed or whatever. I don't ever seem to write anything when I'm in a good space, and these just came out of nowhere. And yeah, I was quite pleased with them in the end. So, yeah, and I've been doing something really sad. Well, what I would consider sad. Been going through the Hydra, using the patch manager,
Oh yeah.
and removing all the patches I don't like and leaving the ones that I do, and then rearranging them.
That's quite a good thing to do, because I'm with you on that, because I think bloody hell that's. I mean, I was, because at the weekend I was using the TRS-8, and the last update it filled up all the user patches. You know, they moved everything along.
Yeah.
So it's full, and I'm thinking I need to go through this and do exactly the same sort of thing and think, by God, this is a terrible patch.
Yeah.
And wipe it. And I haven't done that many, but I did a few of them while I was programming other bits and pieces.
Well, I'm just going to sort of allocate banks to pads and percussion and bass sounds and things like that, and just so it's easier to. It just works better in my head. So yeah, I've been doing that for the last couple of days. It's been good fun.
Cool. Just send this text because.
I just use the filter function. Like the Virus TI has like 2,500 patches in it.
Wow.
And so I just use the filtering thing to jump around.
Yeah. Have you managed to get any more gear back since the burglary?
No, it's the way it happened. It's clearly not for sale. It's clearly collectors who took exactly what they wanted based on my videos and what they saw when they broke in. And again, thankfully, they left stuff that was good. They walked by stuff that technically was more expensive. Some of it, because they coveted certain things. And but no, my insurance was kind of fucked up, and I it all comes down to, and I still got to do this thing with Robbie, the show, security show. But get a goddamn security system for $500, the price of a synth, the cheap synth. You can protect yourself from all of this.
I pushed. Hang on, I've just got to bring Justin in. There we go. Hi, mate.
Greetings.
Hi, mate.
Hey, Justin.
I once you had your issues, I immediately started putting cameras up and shit in here. So
I've got cameras outside.
yeah,
Well, not just cameras, because sometimes they don't capture enough.
No.
Just get the border security. Have your entrance ways and exits covered, and have an app that you can track, so you know immediately if something's going down.
Oh yeah, I do.
And if you can't be around to go kick some ass, you can send somebody who will.
The only problem with mine is if a loud motorcycle goes past outside, it pings me.
Oh really?
So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, but we've got. I mean, I didn't put them in, but I'm gonna upgrade it at some point, because I think the app that we've got, the company, they're gonna stop using it. It works fine now. So I've got a camera with sound, and then I've got security lights. You know, and I've got insurance. You know.
Yeah, door and window sensors if you need it. Most likely you don't need the window sensors, but door sensors and a few motion detectors strategically placed, and like a doorbell camera, you should be pretty well covered. It's not that much money.
No, it's not. No.
Considering how much you could lose, you know.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's. I mean, have you managed to get any new equipment or new stuff to come in place of what you lost?
No, because it just broke lately. Other than that thing, that NAM thing that we talked about already. That's it. So, which is fine. Like, you know, not that I will eventually try to replace some of those things, but it just forces me to use other stuff that I have. So, which probably isn't a bad thing.
That would just be a time thing, wouldn't it? Really getting all that back, or you know.
Well, that's the thing.
Like, rebuilding.
This is why I never sell, because when I find something, it's usually the best shape, the best price, the best whatever I could get, and they're hard to come across that often.
Yeah.
So if I get them again, I'm not going to get what I got, because people don't take care of things. Things age. Costs go up because people. Suddenly someone makes a video on something, and all of a sudden the price jumps up. And it's like every time Jexus put a video out, you watch eBay or Reverb, the prices would go up. So.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's you're fighting all that nonsense.
Yeah.
So the trick is to find something when it's similar to where you got it from, or at least a half a decent price.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the things I won't replace. You know, just did I really use them that much? Did I like them that much? Yeah, they were cool, but you know, are they worth all the hassle again? Maybe not. So.
Yeah. It's a little bit of in a way, it's a not so pleasant way of wiping the slate a bit, and
kind of, yeah. I mean, that's what I tell myself, even though it's a lie. So,
well, but you know, if you're being forced to work in a different way with other stuff, then you know maybe that'll take you down a different route anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I with the hardware jam stuff at limited time, when I haven't even done the last couple, I've been so busy, but I'm mostly use Machina Plus because it's so immediate, and I can load whatever samples I want into it. It's kind of an everything box.
Yeah.
And the synthesizer stuff is fun, but I mean, it depends on the challenge and what kind of sounds I need and what time I have to find the patches and all that kind of stuff. So I like to pull out old gear for certain hardware jams challenges, but sometimes I don't have time. So.
How are you, Justin?
Well, I mean, coming off of a cold last week, so I'm feeling better now. Busy as ever. Trying to work on my own stuff with a million other projects going at once. I don't know if any of you saw the piano EP that I put out. What was it, a couple weeks ago?
No, missed that one, mate.
Yeah, last Friday. If you go to my Bandcamp page, it's there.
Okay.
But I kind of made, I think it was like my last live stream or my previous one, where to keep my writing chops up, I want to try to release something like every month for like the next 12 months, whether it's like a couple tracks or an EP or a full-length album. I don't know, but the idea is just to keep my writing chops up.
Yeah.
You know, and to shoot for something.
Nice.
Maybe inspire Mr. Spong a little bit, you know?
Well, he's not so well at the moment. Hasn't been well for a couple of weeks, so you know, I think he's just taking some time and
there's a lot of stuff
better.
There's a lot of stuff going around too.
Yeah.
Like here, it's like, you know, people have been in and out, you know, with sickness and stuff like that. Like, I mean, our service on Sunday the attendance was pretty low because a lot of people were out sick. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's that time of year where you get stuff that goes around.
My last ex retweet. What the fuck did I can't even remember what I retweeted. Jesus. Now you're asking, Culture. Oh, hang on.
I've pretty much stopped using X.
I don't think I've ever used
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've still got the account, but I literally haven't posted anything in there for.
I think I still have one, but I haven't posted anything there in like, I don't know, 10 years.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
pretty,
wow.
pretty much not
Never
supporting anything Elon Musk anymore. So if he's still
No.
part of that, fuck that. I'm not.
Yeah. So
I have it and I go on it, but it's just, yeah.
I am using Blue Sky from time to time.
I've got
but,
Blue Sky, but again, I don't use it that much. I never used X that much, to be fair.
I went through periods of using X quite a lot when it was proper Twitter.
Yeah.
You know, and people always said it was toxic, but I never saw any of that stuff. But I suppose it's who you follow and all that sort of stuff, really.
I didn't see that much of it until it started to ramp up with the sort of the American election and shit like that. And
I'd
then
stopped
it
looking
got
by
it got really nasty.
Yeah.
So it's just like, nah.
And I mean, I was fairly early to Blue Sky because I was invited by a mate. And then obviously in the last few months they've opened it up, and suddenly loads of people were following me on Blue Sky.
Well, people bounced over, didn't they? They had enough of Twitter and just bounced across, and it just seems to have exploded. No, fair play to him.
Yeah. Although I use Instagram and TikTok more, if I'm honest.
I don't use TikTok. I don't think I've ever used TikTok. I use Instagram a bit, but mostly it's Facebook for me. So
you see, I use Facebook less. The only thing I look at Facebook is, I mean, obviously you'll see messages from me when we're promoting something, so I use it as a promotion tool, or I'll comment on something on PSN. Really, I don't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
So I look at it. There would have been a time when I would look at Facebook 2 or 3 times a day, but I'm looking to look at it once a week.
Yeah.
Well, the best thing about Facebook is all the groups that came from Yahoo groups, all the synth groups, and all the tech groups.
I'm part of them.
Yeah.
And I do occasionally look at. The only one I really, really seriously look at is PSN, if I'm honest.
Yeah. No, I keep. I mean, I still use it to keep in touch with a lot of people. So I'm on there. It's a better way for me.
Although I have to say, our library's been closed for about 3 or 4 days because the heating went. And although I've got the library app to rent books, to get books out, nothing from the library to say they were closed. We turned up with a load of books to take back. The only way I found out was Facebook. I thought, I wonder if anybody on Facebook said when the library's got to reopen, and they're on Froome.
It's funny. It's funny because back in the 90s when I first moved down here, I worked in a nightclub, which has now been defunct for about 20 years because it went through a couple of changes and just got really shit and it got busted and got closed down. I saw a post on Facebook today that somebody taken it over, decked it out, and it's now a live music venue.
Cool.
And I know that my mate Keith, who he's the keyboard player for the Devout, the Depeche Mode tribute act.
All right.
He's been scouting for locations down here, there, and everywhere. And I just pinged it over to him, and he said, "Yeah, already been in touch with him." Fuck, before I even knew about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it has its use.
Yeah, we lost a venue here in Froome, closed at Christmas. Good music venue. Luckily, somebody's taken it over, changed the name of it, and they've literally just reopened, which is quite nice, and started to put bands on. Although I have to say that at the moment it's more heavy metal and rock music than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got so few live music venues in the Bay. We're desperately in need of that, which is it'd be good. It'd be good to have a good, decent venue. See how it goes.
Yeah, and it's good that they're opening up, to be honest, because all you ever hear of is music venues closing because they build houses near them. I mean, didn't that happen there was a music venue, was it in and somewhere, I can't remember where it was somewhere, Sheffield or somewhere, and been there forever. They built loads of houses around it. The houses complain about the noise,
Yeah.
Although the venue was there first, so it closes down because the landlord wants to,
It has to comply.
Yeah.
Yeah, more often than not, it's compliance with noise and shit, isn't it?
We have the problem here. The famous UC Berkeley Greek Theater. A lot of great bands have come through over the decades. They're surrounded by housing, so they have a noise ordinance thing that 11:30 p.m. is like the cutoff. I'm like, who goes home at 11:30 p.m. on like a Friday, Saturday night? So,
Well, the gig I played on Saturday night at this Breezeblock Beach, which is it's in a converted church, which is normally a theatre. It was in the bar, right? We had to finish bang on 10:30. So, and luckily, pretty much the whole night went to time, But I set my clock wrong, so my last 20-minute set, But he came over and he tapped me on the shoulder. Can you finish close? And I was more or less there, but they were dead keen, and they were dead keen to get everybody out before 11 o'clock. It's, hi, Simon.
Oh, Mr. Great Batch, yeah. Hang on. Let's go and get my laptop because I'm finding it difficult not to be able to comment in the stream.
Yeah.
I don't want to be masquerading as Ken. So there we go.
Yeah, cultural ghosts. I've seen threads. In fact, I think there's something to do with Instagram out there because I keep getting messages saying so and so wants to see you on Threads, and like my youngest, I said to him, "Are you on Threads?" He went, "No." So it's just like, no, that person doesn't want to see me on Threads.
Yeah,
that's the advert,
Yeah, no, there's a couple of I get bits come up on Facebook and it redirects you to Threads. It's like that bollocks, and I'm not doing that.
No, too much social media.
That's the problem, isn't it? There are so many platforms. It's just it baffles you. So yeah, I can't be doing with that. So did Jane get back all right? Because I know she was down at her dad's, wasn't she?
Yeah, what's happening at the moment is that she's doing a week. She's swapping it with her sister. So she's back here until next weekend. And then she's going to go back down again. So her sister's there now. And they have a couple of days in between where he's on his own, But he's still not out of the woods, but he's wanting to walk more, which is good. So he's like, I think tomorrow, Janie's sister said that he's walking down to a doctor's appointment rather than getting a car. It's not a long walk. But,
may I ask what happened? Because I don't know.
Well, he's got complicated. For a start, he's got prostate cancer,
right?
Which has got slightly worse in the last few months, but that's not all of his issues. He's on warfarin because of a heart problem, so all of this sort of stuff gets compounded, really, And he was, at Christmas, he managed to get out of hospital. He was in just before Christmas. Managed to get out of hospital on Christmas Eve. So we saw him. We saw him Boxing Day. We were meant to see him Christmas Day, but he went to Southampton to stay with Susie down there, and then straight after Christmas he went back in again. So we went to see him in hospital, and he managed to come out again on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So so all of the Christmas period he was in and out of hospital, and he is getting better. But he's 92. Or he will be in a few months' time, and he was an incredibly fit man. But he's just getting old, bless him. And all of the other stuff is sort of slightly compounded.
Yeah.
But he wants to. He wants to survive and he wants to be here, which is really what we were worried about.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes the human spirit can override so much, can't it?
Yeah. So, but we're all taking care of him to some extent. The boys have been down. I've been down. Janie and Sue are doing their alternate things. So, but he's all right, and because here's a man that he used to have an allotment, and he's got a small allotment now, but that's mainly in the back garden. But he regularly made bread and cooks and all of that sort of stuff. And it's nice to hear him say, "Oh, I'm going to make some bread today." you know. And Jenny came back with a load of bread that he'd made and stuff like just stuff like that, you know. So
that's the sort of shit that keeps you going.
Absolutely,
you know,
absolutely,
no, right.
you know. And he's a massive rugby fan, so you know, I'm sure he was pissed off with. We haven't had the conversation, but I'm sure he was pissed off with England's performance.
I don't watch rugby. I don't. Not my game. So.
Well, the first half on Saturday, they were winning, and then they lost spectacularly in the second half to Ireland, which you know, they talk about dropping the ball, but anyway, you know, so lots of penalties and all that usual sort of stuff, really. You know. But no, everybody's okay. We've adapted to. Actually, being a bachelor is quite interesting for a week. You know, I just get the house to myself. I get it how I like it, and then Ginny comes back.
Yeah,
changes everything.
Yes, all gets reset.
There we go.
Yeah. You know, so but no, it's quite fun.
Good.
You know.
I've been trying some weird shit this week. Apparently, I've been trying to work out using DC coupled outputs on my audio interface and trying to send signals from Ableton into the Neutron to see if I can get it to do stuff to it. And I haven't made it work yet, and it's really doing my head.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah,
I've never done that.
I like trying stupid shit and see if I can get it working, you know.
Well, I mean, the gig that I did on Saturday, which I'll be honest with you, I prepared for over 2 weeks, mainly because I always liked to. It wasn't an E-mon, but it was that sort of style of thing. So 6 acts, we were all booked, all had 20 minutes. I happened to be on last, so it wasn't a headline slot, but I was, you know. And I decided to use the TR-8S, which I've never gigged before, the little Roland S1, which I've never gigged before, and have it all synced up together, so everything's syncing out of the, you know. And I'm using an organelle, I'm using an instrument, I'm using a laptop. So I've actually got two. Oh, and a Microfreak, and setting it up would normally be fine. So I had the 20 minutes of while the guy before me was on. What I hadn't realised is it was going to be dark, and it was pitch black in there.
Oh.
And it literally took me the whole 20 minutes to set everything up, because I'm literally having to pick stuff up, get my phone torch out, and
Shit.
you know, and I didn't have enough hands half the time plugging all these bloody stuff in. You know, I got there, I got it done, and the gig went down well. People liked it. Somebody filmed it apparently, which I'm going to get some footage. Nice. I forgot to film it, but I did audio record it, so I've got an audio recording of it.
Nice.
So yeah, but no, it was fun, you know. And I'm doing an EMOM at the end of the month in Wells, which is about half an hour from me, and I'm going to use the Terror. Don't know what yet, but you know.
Okay, why not?
Exactly, you know, it might be that and a loop, but I've got a loop pedal somewhere, which I've never used live. So, you know, it's that challenge of doing something that you know.
Yeah, you got to do it, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. You know. Prometheus is saying, "Where's the landlord?" He's still not 100%, bro.
Yeah.
He's getting there, I believe.
Beautiful.
So Ian, you don't use your OPZ when your live sets? No.
I didn't use it at this gig, but I have done it in the past. Yeah, and I want to. I'm using it more and more. To be fair, I've got mainly. I mean, I've got eight programs in it at the moment, mainly based around drum patterns, which I'm quite happy with. So, don't you dare say Z. What's he mean, Z? What's he on about? What's he on about? He's not on about jellies, is
say
it?
Z.
Z. Oh, OPZ. OPZ.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Tomatoes, tomatoes.
I thought he was in jelly wrestling mode there for a minute.
Well, he will be now you've mentioned it.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah, I bring the OPZ everywhere. I had it with me at NAMM, but I just had no time to make it.
I take it everywhere. I mean, I'm in the office tomorrow. What am I taking with me? I'm not taking anything else apart from paperwork and the OPZ.
Yeah.
OPZ.
That's like trying to stop you swearing. It's really funny to watch.
Yeah, I know. No. So,
Oh,
Zed's
dear.
dead, baby.
I've got to say, I've missed the pubs.
I've missed the pubs.
It's
Yeah, me too.
been a little bit isolating for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just nice to be able to sit and chat.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
quite surprised.
I saw the
I didn't,
announcement. Well, hey, you haven't had one of these for a while, so.
I didn't get a notification, which is, because that's YouTube for you, though, isn't it? I don't get a notification for Anzi's show on a Saturday either.
Really?
No, never.
No.
I got one just when I was getting ready to start the piano lesson on my watch because I've got a Bluetooth to my phone and it's one of those Garmin watches. I was like, oh, finally, we're doing a pub. Like,
Hey, Ian, does they show up in your when you go to the YouTube general page as you log in, and it shows all this history stuff that you've watched and upcoming stuff? You don't see Ramsey's there either.
No, I don't actually. I have to search.
At least see it there.
Yeah. So what I do is, because they're on my subscription page, I literally go. I have to keep going to the subscription page and finding it on a Saturday.
Weird.
I know it's really weird. I mean, it's slightly better on the iPad, but I don't really use the iPad that often to watch. It's the Studio Mac I'm using, you see. I do occasionally get notifications on the iPad.
See, I get iPad notifications all the time. It's really weird.
Yeah. If you're not getting notifications, Shannon, with the bell in, then unsubscribe and resubscribe.
And make sure the bell is the dark bell, not the hollow bell.
Right.
But it
Oh,
works.
no, that's
filled
Thanks,
in.
Wags. Thank you. And you do the same too.
Well, for me, it's white because I'm using the dark mode.
Yeah, same here.
Oh yeah, it was a solid bell. Whatever
Yeah,
you call it.
solid.
Yeah. Hey ho, yeah, because it is.
Not liquid, not gas, solid.
I've got the solid bell on my subscribed on here on the Pubness.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to I will come back.
All right, buddy.
I'm going to go and watch Brian and Maggie with Janie for a bit, and I'll come back later on.
Yeah, while she's back, go and spend some time with her, man. Go on.
Yeah, well, actually, what's funny, we were working in the studio today, it was me and Jason, and we've arranged to do some recording next Tuesday. And Janie's away next week. I said, well, she's coming back on Tuesday, but it's only overnight. And Jason went, but surely you want to spend some time with her? I said, well, yes, but it really is fine that we do something else.
That's good.
And I said to Janie, Jason was thinking that I should spend some time with you rather than actually go and do the recording. She went, what did you tell him? Did you tell him no? I said, yeah. She said, yeah, of course I did. So, yeah, no, I will.
Good, man.
Right, I'll see you all later.
See you in a bit.
Bye, guys.
Ciao, buddy.
Bye.
Got Stanley Jordan in the house.
Yeah, really. No, I just got I was tried out the demo for Easy Bass like on Saturday, and I was glad they have a full working like 10-day demo, and I was like, you know what, I need to get it. It just sounds good.
You ever use Trillion?
I have it.
Yeah.
That sounds really good. It doesn't have as many articulations as Easy Bass does. The thing with Easy Bass though is you have to write them in, like depending on what bass part you want.
Oh.
I mean, they've got preset bass parts in there, but for my own stuff, none of them really fit what I'm, looking for. So what I have to do is they do have a built-in sequencer that you can record in, like while your track is playing. So you record into the Easy Bass sequencer, and then open up that piano roll, and then you can right-click on any of the any notes that you've put in. And then you can do different articulations, like if you're doing a ghost note or slapping, popping, sliding in, sliding out of the note, sliding from one note to another. So it really does sound realistic. It's just a bit painful to get there, but once it's there, it's not bad. But even playing it,
Well,
like
same
I'm
with
able,
keyboard guitar. I mean, so that's why there are only a handful of people out there who can actually pass it off, because to
it,
trick people with the different techniques that are required to make a guitar sound like a guitar is tough, man.
it is. But I mean, I've been doing it for years because like 20 years ago, I worked at a store where we were a Korg dealer and we had the entire Triton line, other than the I think the studio at the time. This was like 2004, so we had the Extreme and we had the LE. But in order to demo the guitar patches, you had to kind of think outside of the box, if you will, of a keyboard player. You had to think like a guitarist. All right, so a guitarist got 6 strings, so don't play any more than 6 notes. There's your 6 strings, and with your chord voicings, you have to keep them open. Like unless you do, high. So if I play an E chord, can't do that because it's not going to be convincing. You have to open it up.
And the
Stuff
Karma
like
engine
that.
does a pretty good job of that too.
Yeah, the Karma does. Again, having only 2 scenes, you really want the second generation engine that has the 8 scenes, because then you've got more options for different strum patterns and things like that.
That's the on the M3, I think.
M3, Oasis, Kronos, like those are the 3 that have it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, I never use it really in any of my stuff unless like I'm jamming with something. Um I gravitate more towards the sounds, like the presets on here, more than I do the Karma engine. And plus it was a cheap way at the time to get a Triton engine in my setup.
Yeah. Oh, the main reason I got an M3 was because not only was it a good deal, but
It had the Karma.
I wanted to occasionally. Well, the Karma was fun to play with, but I also wanted to have something once in a while.
Yeah.
If I wanted to make, I was starting to do a lot more videos,
Right.
and if I didn't want to use someone else's music, I didn't want to use cheesy royalty-free music. I'd rather make my own cheesy music with the M3.
Right, and the Karma can do that, but
and it can really belt out stuff quickly. So
yeah, absolutely. And it's it certainly is a tool for, inspiration if you come across, a groove, particularly in combi mode, because that's really where you see the power of the Karma engine, where you've got the 4 layers, drums, bass, other little things. Yeah, I mean, the best way to compare it is you can kind of compare it to an arranger, but it's an arranger on steroids.
Oh yeah.
But not in the way that you think of an arranger, because you can't really do, fills or things like that. You can, but like with the different scenes,
Yeah, you have to jump around quickly in clever ways to
exactly
to figure out the crossover.
But the thing with an arranger is a lot of the patterns are static. There's not a lot you can do to change the groove of them, like the swing, the shuffle, the complexity. That's where the Karma engine really shines.
Oh yeah.
Like if you wanted to, if something that you found, like a particular groove, was a little too complex, you can thin that right down with, a couple of parameter tweaks, right there.
And even some of the classical riffs they had on there were impressive. I mean,
Oh God. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I can't play shit like that normally, right? So without the Karma engine, I'm screwed, right? So
pretty much, either the Karma or the phrase arpeggiator and the motif.
I mean, I learned a lot of tricks on Machina Plus just because out of necessity, but but man, before that, all I had was the Karma stuff. So
right, yeah, no, I mean, I had like I said, I had a Triton Extreme which had the dual arpeggiators that could get me close to the orchestral stuff, but then again, with the things that I do, I know exactly what I want, where I want it, and I've got that kind of time on my hands to write that stuff in. But if you've got to come up with something like on a deadline, like say, oh, I've got a week, but I got all this other stuff that I have. All right,
Yeah.
I need to fire up the Karma, find something as close to what I'm hearing in my head, and then just like lay it down. And honestly, without firing everything else up, I could just do it right here on the sequencer. Save it to a floppy drive, and then bust a stereo out to my DAW and just bounce it over. So it's really handy to have the onboard sequencer too.
Cool.
Yeah. This is the free Ample guitar, by the way. What is it? Ample Guitar M Lite. So it's a Martin. It's nice that it does, like, it kind of in a way prevents you from playing more than the allotted notes on a guitar, because it's automatically doing like the hammer-ons and the pull-offs and all that stuff. So if anybody wanted, or needed a a guitar plug-in, like at the last minute, start with this one. And this one's got strum patterns and stuff in it too. The full version does. I just haven't had time to. And then you've got different like articulations and stuff. And then if I go up here, let's see. And then we got fret noises.
Yeah, that's always cool. Some of the contact libraries I use have the fret noises done. It's cool.
And then you've got string muting, things like that. And then if I keep going up. Let's see. Oh, now I'm in chord mode. Interesting. There we go. There's some strum stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't had time to play around with this plugin. I really need to. For a free version, it's got a lot of stuff in it. But
What's
where
it called
I think
again?
Ample Guitar M. It's made by Ample Sound. Only thing is the UI isn't scalable, which I hope they did on the full version. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the
then
free
again,
version you got. So.
Yeah, you do get what you pay for. But I would say other than that little snafu, it's not terrible. It's like a demo built in. Yeah, it sounds good. All right.
Almost something for a Renaissance fair.
Yeah. All right, shut up. I know how to start it, but I don't know how to stop it. But yeah, I mean, for me, having stuff like that, I really like it. Yeah, I'm reading. I put a 40-inch screen above my main monitor so I can see the pub, and then I can see my DAW at the same time, just because I'm sick and tired of having to swap back and forth through windows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, eventually what I want to do is get a wireless keyboard mouse and then like a standing desk, so I can be either back here at this rack and still work, or over here. The way I'm not like freaking sitting down all the time. Oh, Simon wants to know, how are you getting along with your FA, Matt?
Like I've said, I really only use it for just pissing about, coming up with chord ideas and things for songs. So, yeah. Like I say, I spent the majority of my time recently on the Hydra, doing bits and pieces. So, Yeah, it sits there. I love it. It's a nice keyboard. It does me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually back on the bottom shelf because the DX has gone now, Keith's DX. So
Yeah.
I've got to find something that will go back in its place. I don't quite know what I want yet.
Mm.
I was thinking about D50 or something.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Mm.
I mean, honestly, if I can find the boutique DO5, I'd be content with that. Because you're paying.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah.
I have been told that, yeah.
I mean, you're paying a fraction of what a normal D50 is going for now. Which is
You're also getting all that control that D50 didn't have, like a sequencing thing or arpeggiators
Right.
and
Yeah.
stuff. So
Like, I'd be happy with that, and then the JD08 too.
they also loaded all the damn cards in that thing. So there's so many presets, it's crazy on the boutique.
Oh, on the DO5?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Mm.
Kind of like what they did with the Korg M1 on the iPad, where it has all the
Right.
cards on it.
So that's got the cards. Does it have the
it's so cool.
does that have the T1 sounds on it?
I don't remember.
Because the Korg Collection version does.
I don't remember what the difference with the T1 is. I don't.
I want to say, I don't think there's much. Maybe I think a slightly expanded wave ROM. I don't know by how much. Might be a different piano sound, or that might have been the O1W. I'm waiting for them to do an O1W though.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
It's one of those that I've been a big fan since I came across one, and it was like, wow, this thing's amazing. It's just a Rompler, but it sounds incredible.
It does. Oh yeah, gosh, and for its time, it was amazing. I mean,
and very few people talk about them though. So
yeah, I mean, I loved my Pro X, but it was just too big. I mean, that thing was probably about as big as this desk, and I just couldn't. I couldn't handle moving it around.
it was one of the first kind of workstation-y things that I used that had really passable orchestral stuff on it.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff was kind of like,
It had a lot of good, a lot of traditional sounds that was good. They were good for its time. The thing I liked were the pad sounds.
The pads and the effects are really good. That's why Jar
yeah.
used it on at least one of his albums.
Oh yeah. Gosh, yeah.
In fact, they're famous just like the D50 stuff. There's famous presets he used on that album, where it's like, oh, that's Dagobah, and that's the one that sounds like there's like a Star Wars name patch.
Yeah. The Dawn of Time combi.
Dawn of Time is the famous one that.
Yeah.
It's in that song Spaceman.
Yeah.
I
there was
forgot who the one W all over it.
Yeah, there was one where you had the flute playing the three notes back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really fun, and it has surprisingly good filtery stuff on it without even a real filter, right? It's using some kind of algorithm to do that.
Yeah, it's a non-resonant, but still, I mean,
it has a wave shaper or something that gives you that filtery quality.
It does. It has that wave shaper,
which is wicked, right? It sounds great.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think. I mean, if Korg doesn't do one soon, I'll try to see if I can find a like an FD version, like a 61 key. Like I said, I love that Pro X, but it's been through the ringer. Like, I've had the joystick break off, 10 years ago, transporting it back and forth, from a gig, and I could never fix it. Like, I tried gluing it back together with, plastic epoxy, and then it just came right apart again. And it's like, yeah, well, I'm never going to fix that. I found a replacement for it. I found a 3D printed one online, but I was looking for a spring for it because now it's missing a spring. So I contacted Centaur and looked on their website, and they had the wrong joystick listed for the Pro X.
Oh, that's funny.
So I ended up having to see if I could find the M1 spring because the M1 has the same joystick.
Oh, okay.
And then I emailed them about it, and I told them, by the way, the O&W joystick that you have listed for your Pro X isn't right. They got back to me and were like, no, we've got the service manuals. We're pretty sure it's right. And then I took a picture of the one that I have
Yeah.
and sent it to them. Like, no, this is more like the M1 and the T
It
series.
physically looks different. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Sam emailed me back and said, you know what? You're right. And he's like, I look back at the service manual and yeah, it's a different joystick.
Hey, he
It's
should have sent you a
smaller.
free Centaur sweatshirt for finding that out.
Yeah, I know. No kidding. Nah, I don't care. That's fine. But yeah, I mean other than the missing spring, the joystick fit perfectly. But yeah, I ended up letting that go dirt cheap. I just couldn't bear with moving that around. I let that go. I let my Trinity go. I still got the rack version. But I haven't really needed those sounds because I've got the Karma and then I've got the Triton.
They're different enough, though.
Yeah, they are. You know
Yeah.
what? I find the Trinity to be a little bit warmer sounding than the Triton, and I want to say it's got to do with the DAs, DA
Yeah.
converters.
And just
Mostly.
the I don't know if you can move the presets around. Maybe you can. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you
but
can.
You can. They're universal.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
What, between the Trinity and the Triton?
No, 0 and W and anything else.
No, I don't think you can.
Yeah, I don't think you can. So
No.
so you really have to have that box for some of those sounds.
Yeah,
and,
you have to have. Yeah.
And there were just some like. Do you remember one called Pollen? That was really interesting.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It's this kind of breathy, fizzy, spacey kind of. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And most of the Trinity, like, as far as I know, the multi samples got recycled into the Triton because I'm listening to some of the guitar patches on the Triton. I'm like, no, that sounds like the Trinity, and so do the drums. Most of the drums sound really similar, like most of that stuff. I think the Trinity just had, I think the Triton had a crisper DA converter than the Trinity ever did. But I always like the Trinity.
Trinity's nice. I have the TR rack, which is nice. Yeah.
I have that.
Yeah.
Needs a new screen, but I've got it.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can hunt one down and put it in. What's happening is like half the screen is showing up, and the middle section isn't until I like really let it warm up, and then it just kind of fades in and then fades back out. So I'm guessing it's a display thing. So I mean, I'd like to get that fixed and then bring that sucker up here, and then I'll have all the Trinity sounds. Plus, I'll have the C&D banks that I didn't have in the keyboard version. Because the TRX got those extra. You can get them for the keyboard version if you get, I think it's called the PBS Tri-board.
It's an expansion module.
Yeah, it's an expansion module. That'll get you the C&D banks. But as far as I know, that was the nice thing about Korg was you can overwrite any of the preset banks. You weren't like, oh, you've got 8 preset banks and then 1 user bank. No, you can just,
Well, I like how Korg let you do that. Like, for example, the M3 had the, what was that thing called? What's the VA just before the M3 came out?
Oh, Radius.
Yeah, so it had the Radius card in it, which is, you lose all the knobbage, but you do get at least the sounds to have it mixed in with the M3 engine, which is cool.
Right.
The problem is accessing the presets is not plug and play.
No.
They made it a nightmare to access. From what I remember, maybe I was doing something wrong. I can't remember, but when I first plugged it together, I go, okay, cool, got my presets. Oh wait, I have to dive in that way to get to them.
Yeah.
It's not just like they don't auto-populate in the master list. You have to go looking for them.
Yeah, it's not like with the Triton and the Karma where you plug the MOS board in and they're right in the F bank.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
So I think they had some growing pains there to figure some of that out. But
yeah. Or if you had
at least the Roland expansion boards for like JD990 and stuff like that, they seem to be a little bit easier to use. But I can't remember how long ago that was. I tried to use those. But.
Yeah, I think you had. I had an XP50 that unfortunately ended up dying because I couldn't recap the output board at all because it was like and apparently it's a common problem. The output was extremely quiet.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey,
and
Kent's on. Kent's officially on the chat.
He's
hey,
in the
look at
chat.
that.
Yay! Hope you feel better, Kent.
Yeah, it's not me fucking around. It's actually Ken.
Well, he's the only
Yeah.
one that says darlings, so it's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, he's probably
they-
plotted up on the sofa with dogs wrapped around him.
Yeah, really. Either darlings or fruit bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
other one.
Yeah, fruit bat. Yeah. Yeah, well, I won't be calling anyone that, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, no. No, that's his
That's like
department.
that's like trademarked.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was gonna say too, if you had the 73 or the 88 M3, you could get you could get the radius module and mount it alongside it too. So then you could have the knobbage.
Even the 61 has the room for that.
I
think that's what I was
no,
told.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Oh,
It has those two. The side panels are stationary, like you can't
they
take
are,
them off.
I see.
You can take the M3 module off and put the radius onto it, but you can't have
You can put them
both
side
of
by
them.
side. Okay.
No, you can do it on the 73.
I still want to track down the controller though, because I like that ribbon and stick combo.
Yeah.
Because I just have the module.
Yeah, those are difficult to track down though.
I came across a few good ones,
Yeah.
but something else came up or I forgot about it and it was gone.
Yeah.
So it's just so you can get them
Yeah.
down to like $500, I think. But
You can, I mean, or if you can find another M3 like 61 with the module, then you've got the two.
yeah, I
You
don't want to
can
do
ei-
that though. That's too
Yeah,
much.
no. You know,
Because those are nowhere gonna be under a grand, easily
No.
a grand minimum.
I've seen a couple on Marketplace for like around $700-800.
Plus, I want the expanded if I get another one. I
Yeah,
like to
you
have the
want the-
expanded one.
Yeah, you want the version 2.
Yeah.
I thought that could be. I thought you could do an upgraded.
Well, I
to
think you have to
that.
change the screen because the screen made a difference. It was the touch screen that was the
Yeah.
real special thing for doing the Chaos Pad stuff.
No, that was on the first gen M1.
Yeah, but there was something about it. It was either better, faster. There's something about it was more accurate. I don't know. There was.
It was probably the OS. I don't
Yeah.
know if it was something internal because I'm sure there's a way, and I'm pretty confident it was that if you had if you had an M1, you could download the expanded off the Korg website, and then install it via a USB flash drive. I'm pretty sure you could do that. I think it was like some OS tweaks that made it a little bit more snappier and easier to use.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what it was.
Yeah, and I think it added a couple of extra EXS expansions too. Like it added another piano.
Yeah.
And then it added some.
Yeah,
more,
it came with a
orchestral
stick
stuff.
that had more samples on or something you could load.
Yeah, it came with 2 different EXSs. It came with a piano and it came with more like orchestral stuff.
Yeah.
I always wound up just using the piano.
The
But
thing I didn't like so much about that panel though is I was always leery about pressing too hard on it because it's liquid crystal.
yeah,
Kind of like on the V-Synth XT,
yep,
where you have to use it as the fancy directional pad.
yeah, the time
and I'm much
pad, yeah,
for the physical pad, the time trip
Yeah.
pad, and not a screen. You know.
yeah. I prefer, yeah. Honestly, when the Kronos came out, and I didn't see the chord pads, and they ended up putting those into the screen.
Yeah.
That was kind of a deal breaker because I used those like all the time.
And sometimes you want to read the screen while you're touching the pad, and you can't
Yeah.
if it's a touch screen with the screen, the little doohickey on there. So
Oh yeah,
and it just didn't feel good. The best thing about the XT though is you got the expansions included for free,
yeah,
which were really hard to find expensive cards.
right. Hmm.
I found them eventually, but if you have a classic V-Synth,
Yep.
good luck finding the D50 card was fairly popular. The vocal processing card, good luck.
Yeah.
That thing is so rare.
Yeah.
But if you buy the XT, it's built in.
Right.
And you don't have to insert the card, you just switch modes.
Mm-hmm.
And it reboots and goes into that mode. So,
Yeah, and then it's there. Yeah.
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 So it's
The thing with the screen on the M3 is they were prone to failure. I've known.
that's what I heard. I haven't had any problems, but I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, I've known. I think it depends. It might depend on which, serial number batch, which batch you got. But I know I got like one of the expanded one that I had was a rep sample. So it might have been like maybe one of the early batches. And then I know a church that had an M388 that had a dead screen on it. And yeah, so I've seen 2 of them. And apparently you've got to replace the screen, replace the digitizer on it. It was like a nightmare.
Yeah.
But,
Well, that's the problem
Yeah.
with all this stuff. As it gets more computerized and more delicate and touch screens and all kinds of stuff, there's just more shit to go wrong
Yeah.
and more expensive repairs.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, Matt, if you get that DX7, I would jump on either the D50 or the M1.
Well, like I say, I like pads. I'm a pad freak, and I'm trying to work out what would be a really nice machine. Just to...
D50 better pads than the M1, I think, but the M1 is fun. I like lore and I like some of the famous presets on there, but
yeah,
Universe, lore,
yeah,
a bunch of those are really, really good. But
I think the better pads are probably on the expansion cards, as far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I agree. The D50's got is where it's at as far as that generation.
Or get a JV1080 or JD990. They have great pads on there.
Yeah.
Okay. No, there's a few of those about. So.
Rack mounts.
Gosh, yeah.
Just for Wagyu, it's all rack mounts.
No,
He wants a keyboard.
Oh, you want a keyboard?
So yeah, I think so.
Well, you have too many keyboards, all right? You got to get racks.
Well, he's got to fill that space.
Oh, I see, to fill space. All right.
Yeah.
But the JD990 is better than the JD800 spec-wise. So even though it's a rack, it's actually better.
Well, it's got the extra filter in it, doesn't it?
It has other things too. Yeah, Don Solaris did a whole thing on it years ago. He's like the expert JD990 guy.
Yeah.
And he went a whole spiel about all the cool stuff they added to it.
Yeah. Let's see.
But the 880, you get the sliders.
There we go. Yeah.
The control surface. So.
Yeah. Here we go.
That's Universe, right?
Yeah.
That's great. If you ever play the video game The Journeyman Project, that's all over the soundtrack.
Awesome. All right, let's see if I go into SynthPad. Let's see. Here we go. Winter Sweep.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So you can find lore. Lore was interesting. It's a fluty kind of thing.
Let me see here. Is that a combi or a program?
I think it was just a program.
All right. Let's see if I can find it.
Universe is just a program, right?
Yeah, Universe is a program.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see if I go.
I don't remember any of the combis, unfortunately. I just remember the programs.
Yeah, me too. So that was called Winter Sweep. I wonder if it's in like here's Massive Choir. Yep, there's that.
Yeah.
There's that pad. Yeah, that patch. Breakdown pad. A lot of them are using that that choir multi-sample. Church's Saw. I wonder if it's in. I'm trying to remember what category.
I don't think it was an expansion because I always had access to it, so I never had anything fancy for mine.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to look and see what category it would be in. There's Zephyr. Maybe it'll be in like Woodwind. Pan flute, solo sax,
It's more of an effect or a pad kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's multi-layered, like something for a soundtrack.
Oh, shit. Hang on. He's back.
Hey.
He's back.
Let's talk about the M1.
Waterworld.
I can't believe you're talking all this shit about pads and you've missed out the absolute ultimate pad machine.
Go on then.
What, your Colossus?
Wave Station.
Oh yeah, Wave Station, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Forget everything else when it comes to pads. Just get a Wave Station. End of story.
Oh, I've got it. Core Collection.
Yeah, but wave sequencing gets a little old after a while. If everything is
No.
sequenced.
It's not just. But it's not just. The thing is, it's not just. If you use the wave sequencing in a subtle way, it's nothing to do. The wave sequencing that everybody uses. Oh god, that drives me fucking.
Ski jam.
Oh god, don't even go there. But wave sequencing in a subtle way. I mean, I love the 990 and the 800, and I've got Trinities and Oasis and all that. They're all great, but the for pads, the Wave Station.
No, you're right. I love my Wave Station AD. It's very nice. So
outpads all of them.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is with those, you can also just go and get a wave state.
Yeah.
Find a cheap Mark 1 wave state.
Okay.
If you can't find find an SR, a wave,
yeah,
wave
SR's
station
cheap.
SR,
Yeah.
if you want something cheap, but you'll when it comes to pads,
Yeah.
Wave Station every day of the week.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. I can fuck off again now.
Your job is done here.
I'm just listening to you talk whilst I'm working, and just there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It slipped my mind.
Yeah.
Actually, it is a good box. So.
Yeah.
I've got to pull up here.
So
Thank you.
it's all right. And I'm with you, by the way, in terms of missing the pub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
it's yeah. Yeah, all props to Mr. Spong for letting us do it. Me and Rob.
Yeah.
I think we both texted him and said, "Do a pub, please."
Yeah. I've already had the conversation with Ken
Yeah.
and with Robbie, just in terms of yeah.
I am missing the old man though.
Who, Kent?
Yeah.
Nah, fuck him.
We're too far away. Yeah.
Well, you might be.
Nah. You'll
I met up. I finally met up with Peter James Stephen last week. That was lovely.
It's great.
Yeah, it's
Very
lovely.
great.
I've not met him before, and I was dropping a couple of keyboards off to him because he's moving them on elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I met him down here, and it was lovely just sitting there chewing the fat for an hour. Yeah,
He's a
really nice.
guy.
Yeah.
He's a really good guy.
Yeah, got mugged by the dogs, which was quite amusing. So
Oh, well, he's only been here. I haven't been to his, so I don't know. He's only been here.
yeah,
Yeah. But
Bless
yeah,
him.
he's one of the good ones.
yeah. It's again, it's nice. You sit and you talk to all these people on here, and you never. A lot of the time, you don't get to meet them in person. It's why I was gutted because I missed Synthfest last year, and you were there. I know
you
it would have
did
been
miss a
nice. Yeah, well, yeah, but it's
You didn't
it's
miss
more
a lot with me, believe me.
it's more about the people though. It's about the people.
That's what I'm
isn't it?
saying. You didn't miss a lot. Not
Oh,
meeting
behave
me.
yourself.
You didn't miss a
Aye.
lot.
Aye.
Stand down,
Talking of
Evan.
cunts.
Stand down.
Yeah.
No problem, Regimental Sergeant Zibbo.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, that's 2 years Thursday, isn't it? Dom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope they do. I've bought a ticket.
How was your show? All right.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
Good.
Season finale and all that.
Nice.
It's just Amelia Fox, isn't it?
Oh, Amelia Fox. You know
Down,
about?
boy.
You've heard about my Amelia Fox story.
Yeah, I've heard your Amelia Fox story. Can't remember it, but I've heard it.
I pay £3,000 to have lunch with her.
That's it.
Okay.
Was it a nice lunch?
It was a great lunch. We went out a couple of times after that as well.
Ooh.
Oh, no,
Does that cost you
look at me.
$3,000 a time as well?
No, no, not at all.
Oh, I thought the story was going to be more messy.
No. You don't even know who Amelia Fox is. Amelia Fox is. She's basically she's literally was my ideal, literally my fantasy woman.
Oh,
And
that's why I had to pay for her.
it is literally. It's the fact that so we went to some fancy car do, and I was with the missus, and they basically turned around and they were doing this auction, and one of the things you could auction was to have lunch at the Ritz with Amelia Fox. And of course, the missus turned around to me and just literally ran and went, "Don't you fucking even think about it."
Which was all the motivation you needed.
And I just went, "Oh, okay, I won't." And we're with some friends, and my friend is a director, and he's a bit of a character. Anyway, the money was going up, and it was going up, and it was going up, and I just turned around. And I just said, "Well, should I?" And he went, "Oh, go on, do it." And so Anna, at the time, she just turned around and went, "Okay, you're allowed one bid." So I did the one bid, and I got it. And yeah, she was fucking furious. Anyway, yeah. So but the worst part about it was I was so busy. I had so much work on. Her people kept contacting me going, "Okay, Amelia's free to have lunch on these dates, this dates, and this dates." And I kept going, "Really sorry, I can't make it." So I'd paid this money for it, and I just couldn't make it. And it was about 6 months later, and I had a week's gap between work, and I turned and went, "Don't suppose you can go for lunch?" So she did. She was absolutely amazing. She was absolutely brilliant. And all the way through, I'm thinking, I wonder how... You know, you're kind of there going, I wonder how I can slip into conversation going, "Hey, so can I get your number?" kind of thing. And I was just going through every scenario, and it's impossible. You can't turn around with someone like that. And in the end, we're just about to, she was just about to get a cab. She just turned around, "Oh, it's been really enjoyable. Would you like my number?" And I'm just like... So yeah, so I got her number, and then we had a couple of other, just nothing, just went out for dinner a couple of times. Yeah.
Fair play to you, man. Fair
She's
play
lovely. She is really lovely.
Her cousin's a cunt, but...
Oh, well, yeah, there were lots of conversations can't really have about that, but yeah. Totally. Yeah, totally 100% cunt. It's...
They've all disowned
beyond,
her, haven't they?
Yeah, completely. Absolutely 100%
Especially her.
disowned him.
Now, who is it?
I only know her from The Pianist. Lots of other stuff.
She's done loads of stuff TV. The thing that got it for me was they did a reboot of Randall and Hopkirk Deceased back in the 90s. And the thing is...
Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer, wasn't it?
It was indeed. But go back and look if you find any pictures of her, because they basically recreated all the 60s kind of outfits. So she's wearing these outfits. And she looks... This is where I absolutely just kind of went, "Oh, okay. This is my kind of... yeah. She looks amazing."
Her other cousin is married to Richard Ayoade, isn't she?
Yes.
Because he's had some choice words to say about...
Yeah, quite rightly.
Yeah. I like Richard
twat
Ayoade.
features.
He's local,
Yeah,
born in Ipswich.
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Very funny guy.
So was
Very,
Ray
very funny
Fiennes.
guy. Great.
Ray Fiennes was on local telly yesterday,
Was he?
campaigning against... There are all these proposals around here at the moment to get offshore electricity onshore. And you've got all the NIMBYs going, "Oh, we don't want it built here, we don't want it built there, we don't want it built here, but we do want green energy, we just don't want it built here, or we don't want it built there." And he was kind of one of them. But they have got some fair points, I have to admit. They do have some of the places they're planning on putting some of these substations to receive all the stuff from the wind farms are a little bit odd in terms of choice, but yeah.
Excellent. Well, that was a one to end the conversation.
Have you ever seen the film about
Thanks for
the
filling us in.
Sutton Hoo burial site? I forget what they called it, what the film was called. It was a drama about how they discovered the old burial sites where they bury them in the ships. And that's Sutton Hoo, which is probably about 40 miles in that direction. And he played the guy... the guy that found them was a local Suffolk boy, and Fiennes, being a local Suffolk boy, even though he speaks like this, managed to fucking nail it, because nobody nails the East Anglian accent. Very rarely. So that was, yeah, there you go. I'll shut up.
Thank fuck. I can say it.
Who's a famous person with the East Anglia accent?
Well, nobody. There's nobody.
Well,
famous
that's
who's
because
got
most
East
people are
Anglian accent.
forced to, give
No,
it
they're not
up.
forced. They choose. It's one of those accents. It's one of
Well,
those
yeah.
accents where the moment anyone can possibly lose the accent, they absolutely will. Are we right, happy boy?
You go, low boy. Thing is, I've lost mine mostly because I don't know why, but I do lapse, especially if I'm in, like, especially my late step grandfather was proper Norfolk. I mean, he was, yeah. If you look in the dictionary for stereotypical Norfolk fella, it was him. And 5 minutes with him, and we're both just the accent just comes flooding back.
That's the same as up until I went to uni. I had the strongest Brummie accent. I mean, so strong.
I've been trying to work out what the little tinge is in your voice every now and again.
Oh, every now and again, and
yeah.
The reason is it's so basically I had a really strong Brummie accent, and then I shared a room with someone from Devon, went out with someone from East Anglia, for fuck's sake, and she had a really strong Great Yarmouth accent, and the university was up north, and everyone in the house was from London, so no one spoke Brummie. So the only communication I really had with anyone from Birmingham was my mum and dad, and so
Pob.
yeah, gradually the accent just left. It just disappeared basically, really. But yeah, there's and if I get talking to friends from up there, yeah, like Robbie, within half an hour, a bit of Brumminess comes back.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that guy Stephen Merchant from The Office and stuff. What's his accent? What is that?
He's West Country, isn't he?
West Country.
Bristol, isn't it? It's Bristolian, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people, when they try to do an East Anglian accent, they end up doing like a southwest, country, Cornwall.
Yeah, West Country.
Yeah, they try and do. That's what they end up sounding like. They don't the Norfolk and Suffolk accents, which are distinctly different, but a lot of people, if you're an outsider, you probably wouldn't be able to tell them apart. But
Tell them apart,
like instead of not, he says newt.
Yeah.
I always. Do you remember Robin Cousins, the ice skater?
Yes.
He was from Bristol, but when he had a certain Bristolian accent that, and it's no surprise that the American accent is what it is because of the first kind of English settlers were from that part of the world, and so they spoke in a certain way. And I always remember Robin Cousins. He was on obviously TV a lot back when I was a kid. I used to say to my mum, "Is he American?" No, he's from Bristol. Well, he sounds American. And when you listen to him talking, you could hear all of that kind of inflection in there. The accent
slightly less bullshit.
Yeah, and a lot less guns. But the accent.
Do you know what's really? Oh, sorry. Can I
go
say something
on.
about that's really, really funny at the moment is the fact that I don't know if you're aware, but we've just had season 3 of The Traitors has finished over here, and it went straight on to doing season 3 of The American Traitors. And if ever you wanted to know the different, when people turn around and go, hey, kind of the Americans, they're so similar to the British, and honestly, just watch an episode of The English Traitors and then watch an episode of the American Traitors, and just in that 1 hour you will see every single possible difference between us.
We'll watch the British office and the American office. I mean, very different.
Oh no, very different. But this is because the reason the American office, the characters are different and the setup is different, and do you know what I mean? Whereas with the Traitors, they do it's exactly the same format with exactly the same games with exactly the same aims. Everything about it is exact except One is full of Americans, and fair enough, it's full of Americans, Z-less celebrities that have been on Big
they're not
Brother, and they're
off
not
the street,
normal.
are they?
You know, the room just smells of ego.
Well, they're picking
and you've
people
got
for
Fed.
controversy, not for
Absolutely. But you take that, and then you look at the British version, which is just full of, you know, everyday people who are incredibly, you know, their version of having an argument or controversy is hilarious when they're doing the round table bit and they're going, no, you say, what do you think? Whereas the Americans are literally just fucking screaming at one another.
Oh, yeah.
It's hilarious. It's just, if ever there's a difference between the Americans and the British.
Well, it's like those housewife shows where there's just these rich
Oh.
assholes are complete low class, and yeah, it's the worst.
Well, the Traitors is full of them, basically.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway, it's quite interesting. Sorry, Robbie, I completely stopped you in your mid-flow, and I mean,
can't even remember what I was
you
gonna
rarely
say.
talk, so you oh, I don't want to break you off in mid-flow because you may struggle to get going again. You know.
Honestly, can't remember what I was saying. not gonna lie.
Yeah, somebody in
My
the
brain
chat go
switched
back
off.
about 20 minutes.
Okay. I tell you,
It'll come
I'm
back
just gonna I'm gonna mute you because I have seriously got to do some work. I can't stop to talk to you fuckers. So I'm gonna.
No, we're gonna mute you.
I'm gonna mute you. No,
You bastard, he did it as well.
No, Jen,
There you go.
Can't remember. Jen,
That the one?
That's lore. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Was it hard to find, or was it in some?
No,
weird-
it was in the motion synth.
Okay.
I was like, I was kind of browsing through some of the other ones. Oh yeah, it's M01 number 30.
Looks like Kent's buggered off again. He was in
Oh.
the chat. He was in the chat
Was
for
he?
about 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kathy Dennis. She was from Norwich.
Yes.
Ty, what's your favorite M1 preset?
He's not listening.
I know.
I've got one here in favorite M1 preset.
Or favorite couple, whatever.
Do you know what? I used to love fretless basses because
Yeah.
I used to pretend that I was. I was. What's his name?
Pino Palladino.
Pino Palladino.
Yeah, that was.
But
it.
they had that
was
extreme, that
Palladino,
wow kind of thing to them, right? They're kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to. Yeah. There's believe. Yes, there you go. There's plenty of
No,
tracks
come on,
that
you've got
exist.
to do the Gary Newman one.
Oh yeah. She's got claws. That one.
And then do the Alan Partridge thing.
Yeah, but there's
I had to think about
plenty of
spaces as well.
there's plenty of evidence of my music from late 80s, early 90s, just full of fretless bass.
A lot of the stuff I did early on with my Roland sound canvas used the fretless bass over the top because it was such a nice sound.
Yeah. One day I will actually let people hear the best piece of music I ever wrote, which I think I told you I wrote music for fireworks shows and all that kind of thing. And 92 I did this 1 hour of music called Homage, and yeah, it's the best thing I've ever done. And oh my god, it's just fretless bass all over it. Fretless bass, pretend fretless bass all over it.
Fretless.
But anyway, and then of course after that, a few years after that, I did another album, and I had to do some live gigs with it. So I got a real fretless bass, and I got a friend who's really amazing bass player, and he played real fretless bass, and suddenly realised that everything I'd done previously up to that point was shit. Because a real fretless bass just sounds amazing. So,
Yeah.
yeah, with your Simon, Mick Karn, absolutely.
Yeah.
The amazing thing about Mick Karn is he knew nothing about music, didn't understand chords, didn't understand notation, didn't understand anything. If you turn around and said, "Okay, play an E minor," he wouldn't know what E minor was. He basically just played what he thought worked, and because of that, because he didn't know the basics of harmony and the way it worked, it just meant he had the most unique style. And
Tony Levin is great fretless bass.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Levin,
but
Guy
he's
Pratt.
fucking, but Tony Levin's a bit of a genius. That's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
But
Guy
anyway.
Pratt.
Look, can I fucking work?
Also
I'm
good.
working. Fuck off.
Oh,
No.
keep playing the weird music.
So you got an M1 then, did you?
No, I got the Collection 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We were talking about what I'm going to get to replace the DX that's now gone.
Yeah.
And I was saying, I'm a bit of a pad person, and it was big discussion came out of that.
Panty pads. Or...
Well,
Sorry.
why, are you in need of some?
Yeah. Keep shitting my pants.
Lovely.
Yes.
Yeah, no, and then Ty popped in to talk about the wave station or the wave state. So, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the Chord Collection's a great collection, and right now is a good time to get it because it is so flipping expensive. For what you get, they're very good, but you get so much more for less money.
What's the sale price now? What is it?
It's half, it's 50% off, isn't it?
Is it?
So half of like 400, 500, and then it'd be like...
I don't know what it is now.
I'm just having a look now.
Yeah. I picked it up when it was. This was the crazy thing about it was, I bought the M1 and the Wave Station plugins individually when they were on sale for like $49 each, and I couldn't afford the whole thing, so I just thought, I'll get those. They're the ones I really, really want. And then I got given... No, I didn't get given. I bought, second-hand, a Korg Nano Control and a Korg Nano... What's the mixer one called?
That's the Nano Control.
And what's the one with the drum pad?
Nano keys?
Nano Pad.
No
It's
pad?
just Nano Pad. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so I got the pad and the control from a friend of mine, and he said, "Oh, you can have the pair for like £50." They were just the the original ones, the white and blue ones.
The original ones. Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, I never redeemed the free software," so he says, "Feel free." So, oh, great, lovely.
Wow.
So I looked in the box, and there's a card, and basically you get Ableton Lite, Reason Essentials, or whatever it was back then.
Probably adapted.
And you got Korg M1 LE, the light edition. I thought, well, I've got Reason. I didn't like Ableton really at the time, and I've got the full version of Korg, so I didn't bother. But I redeemed them anyway, just to put them on my account, so I didn't forget in case they ran out. When it came to buying the complete collection, they gave discounts based on what was in your collection already, and you could select which thing, which product you wanted to use to redeem that kind of. I got more off for owning the LE version of the M1 than if I declared the full version of the M1 or Wave Station. So because I got a freebie, I got more money off the Chord Collection than I did for the ones that I paid, for, which was
Fucking
just
hell.
bonkers.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
Yeah, it's a
redeemed
whack
that, and I
out
got-
system.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, their pricing is. I'm surprised that they're. Well, I'm assuming they're successful with it, but when you compare it to the what you get in V Collection or UVI or any of those big sort of multi-instrument collections,
or even Synth Stack.
I mean, absolutely synth stack. I mean, you get so many instruments in any of those things, and I suppose you could probably compare Arturia to Korg in terms of sort of quality. I'm not saying cherry, but the prestige and the brands, the official kind of stuff that Arturia do. It kind of it just makes you wonder how Korg can justify those prices, but I guess people are paying them because they're still charging them. But best time to get those is definitely when they're on sale. But and I have to say the last update, which brought in, I can't remember what it brought in now.
Oh, I've got it here.
Was it the
brought in
Micro Korg?
the 2600.
Yeah.
The EP1 and the Vox Super Continental.
That's it. I thought that was the most underwhelming update that they've done in, they've had a few, but that was, because I mean, ARP 2600, well, we've got one in Arturia, we've got one in Cherry Audio. It's not like
there's the Time Warp one. There's a bunch of them out
and then
there.
the EP one, which is just an electric piano, and the Vox Continental again,
Arturia's got one.
Yeah, it just didn't seem to. I thought, oh come on, give us a Delta or a Trident or
a 1W Trinity.
Yeah, well they've got the Trinities, haven't they? But
no, they don't. They have the Tritons.
Tritons, sorry, yes, yeah. Well, I mean, suppose if you've got a Triton, you've probably got a Trinity in there. Most of the sounds, I would suppose, are.
Yeah, most of them.
Most of there. I mean, even just a Karma, just a Korg Karma keyboard plugin. But there's so much that they could do, but they choose not to. I mean, DW800.
Yeah, DW8000, yeah.
Or even those, is it DV800? What's that DV800 is the double.
Oh yeah, 800 DV. Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
Maxi Korg. Yeah.
Yeah, but even the DWs.
DWs, the DSS.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
So much they could do. So much.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But I'm just waiting for multi-poly native, which shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, no.
And I'm quite looking forward to that one.
Yeah, they had the multi-poly set up at NAMM with that little fold-up keyboard.
Oh God.
Oh man.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's like driving a Ferrari with a Skoda engine.
I mean, I would say I was equally underwhelmed by the 4 update. The only instrument you really got was the Micro Korg, and the Electribe is okay for what it is. And then you get the Chaos Pad, and unless you've got a MIDI controlled touch panel, the Chaos Pad's kind of useless.
Yeah. A swathe of spammy Instagram messages these last few days. This one's, hey, we can multiply your story views and sales by adding all of your followers to close friends. We do this for some of the largest brands. Yeah, fuck off. Get ya. Getting a bit excited because Ali James is very close to finishing the update to V-Prom, his Lindrum plugin. Looks like he's added a lot of cool shit in there.
Nice. Yeah, I need to get that at some point, but I just got Easy Bass, so I'm going to be holding off for a little bit.
How much was Easy Bass?
So right now it's $197, and you get for the month of February you get a free expansion. So pretty much the same thing they did with they're doing it with Easy Drummer. They're doing it, I think, with Easy Key, with pretty much everything.
So you buy expansions based on the exact bass that you want, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I ended up going for I ended up just getting the fretless.
Yeah.
Just because that's what I was looking for. I mean, Trillium's great. It just doesn't have as many articulations, like I was saying earlier, as Easy Bass.
Did most companies have a fretless, or when you say fretless, is it mostly one brand?
As far as like a sample library?
No, I mean the real bass.
Well, Fender makes one. Ibanez makes a bunch of them.
Okay.
Music Man, I don't think they might make one, but it's like a really boutique. And
So most bass guys had some kind of a fretless of some kind.
Yeah. I want to say Pino Palladino was using a Music Man for like the longest time, as far as I remember. But I mean, I think back in the 80s, that was the one to have. Of course, then if you were Jocko, you pretty much made your own.
Yeah.
Just pull the frets off and fill the whole thing in with epoxy. So I've got a bass player friend of mine that lives in Rochester that had a guy a couple towns over years ago. I mean, I'm kind of sad they had a falling out. I don't know what it was over, but there's a guy in Alton that makes custom guitars and basses, Chris Stambog. My friend had a couple of custom. He had a 7-string fretless, and then he had a 4-string, similar to what Michael Manring has, where he's got like a hip shot extender on each string. The only thing he doesn't have is the hip shot bridge, where you can detune the bridge. And his bass had like a 3-octave, custom bass had a 3-octave range to it. Yeah, it was a sweet instrument.
That's way more than I've ever heard about bass in my entire life. So I don't know all the terms.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, I was in a cover band for like in and out of a cover band for 8 years, and 2 of those years I had to be a bass player. They couldn't find anybody, and I was like, I play a little bit, I can sub for you, and then that's when I really kind of started, okay, I need to practice. I mean, I enjoy playing.
You usually find good bass players in ditches. That's generally where they hang out.
Oh.
How do you know when? How do you know when you got stage level? Because the bass player drills from both
Drool
sides.
comes out of both sides of his mouth. I thought that was the drummer.
No. I'm a drummer. That's a fucking bass player. That is.
Hey, me too. I'm a drummer too.
Have those V drums turned up yet?
Yes, mate.
How are they?
I don't know. They're still in their boxes.
Okay.
I know. I've got a fucking $8,000 drum kit in my garage, and it's still all in its boxes.
They packed those V drums so well. It took me forever to get everything.
And do you know what?
Packages.
They've packaged these V drums. They're all in their original boxes. I mean, this is a kit that goes around, okay?
Yeah.
And it's come. I just thought they would turn up.
Somebody put it back in all the boxes.
With a couple of wheeled trolleys, with those kind of back gig trolleys with all of them in
cases.
No. Yeah. All in their boxes. He even, because I haven't got a hi-hat stand, because my kit, the pedal is just independent. And I said, I don't have a hi-hat stand. Do I need to get one? He said, no, we'll chuck one in. So I've got the hi-hat stand there as well.
Nice.
But yeah, I've moved most things into this lockup now. Although the Fairlights, apart from one, are still here. But I've managed to keep them here. It was just it's amazing how quick you fill a storage unit up. So yeah, anyway,
my V drum is a TD17 KVX. Came with 3 boxes, and the amount of material after it was unpacked was this massive pile of shit.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Now this thing, everything is individually packed. Every single drum is in its own individual box.
Well, it was inside of boxes. It was boxes in boxes.
Yeah, this I keep thinking, because I'm probably not going to set the kit up until maybe this weekend. We'll see what I'm doing. But the module, the V71, the new V71 module, which is what it comes with, is supposed to be really, really good. And I did actually think about picking up my snare stand, bringing in the snare kit, and just hooking that up to the thing, just to sort of start going through the sounds and getting used to the module. But I've been rather busy. But
my brain had an extra input, so I basically got a third-party pad. So I finally populated all the inputs, and it's pretty cool.
There you go.
But I did that with my Alesis, because I got a Alesis Crimson. And the module on that, the sounds are just really naff. That is before Alesis bought out BFD.
Yeah.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5-pad plus
3 cymbals.
3 cymbals kit. But there was enough for me to add the cymbals from my Yamaha kit, so I used one as a splash and one as a second ride.
Does it read chokeable cymbals?
The Alesis cymbals are all chokeable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Yamaha ones,
oh no,
they're from a time when chokeable pads didn't exist.
Yeah.
Quite
Do you have the
old.
multi-zone, like the bell and all that stuff too? And
Yeah, triple zone on the
Yeah.
On the
ride,
ride.
dual zone on the crash. I think
Was
this
that-
Roland one is triple zone across all of the cymbals.
Yeah.
So you have bell, bow, and edge,
Edge.
Yeah.
plus the choke. Because this is one thing I've not had any experience of, is that the Roland, the hi hat and the snare, and I want to say some of the cymbals. I don't know whether it's all like the crash and the ride, but they're digital.
Yeah.
I'm
Cat
thinking,
5.
hang on a minute, the whole fucking kit's digital, but they call these. They connect via USB, so there's obviously
That's
a huge,
interesting.
huge amount more data going between
Yeah.
the pad and the brain. But yeah, it's an impressive. I'm hoping I've got enough space, because it's the 716, so it's 2 up.
So it's
2
more like a
down.
snake connector, not individual plugs.
Yeah, so there's a snake that I believe on this one, it's like the others. It's got like a, has it? I don't know. It's got a D sub, because on my Crimson there's a D sub on one end that just plugs into one socket. And
That's
then
what it
all
was
the
in the
individuals.
Nitro. Yeah.
I can't remember what it is on this one, but it's basically they're full size
They're full size, like,
diameters.
acoustic drum.
But they're only like 3 or 4 inch deep on the 7. I was hoping they might give me the 706, the VAD 706, which is the full size drums, which have been a proper wet dream, that one. But this is exactly the same, but it's just got the shallower kits, but the kick drum is 16 inch. It's almost like it's a proper sized kind of kick drum. It has the stage presence.
They really just make the big shell so you can play them live and feel better about having a digital kit, right?
It looks nice. It does.
Yeah.
But seriously, they are so popular now. The full depth shells. But then you get DW, and DW who've got bought by Roland last year. They've now got the DWE kit, which is crazy money. Well, so for a 5-piece drum kit, it's pretty crazy money, but it is completely convertible.
Yeah.
So you can have it. You can put acoustic skins on it, and it can be a proper DW acoustic kit. But then you take those off, and you
put the
slide
triggers
in.
Yeah.
You slide in this. The trigger mechanisms all go inside, and then it's a completely digital kit. And it has its own software and
software
and kits,
module,
which all comes through Roland Cloud. So, but they've built a lot of the DWE stuff into this new Roland kit. So it's got DW kits already in the brain, but then you can play the other DW kits through Roland Cloud.
Cloud, yeah. Yeah, I forget.
You can't beat Superior Drum.
So on the big shell stuff, is the skin tension different? Does it feel different than a mesh pad?
They are mesh pads.
They're all mesh
pads, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just a cosmetic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
pretty much.
when on the DWE, when you swap over, you go from real skins to mesh pads, mesh skins. But the mesh skins nowadays are so good.
Yeah.
But I remember playing on one of the first TD kits in '97, I think it was.
It's probably like the TD7 or TD5.
Yeah, it was just like the first. And I remember going into my music store and seeing that they got it on a raised platform.
Oh, the original V drums.
Yeah, and
So that would have been a TD10.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember just playing and just thinking, my God, that feels like a real fucking drum.
Well, anything's better than a hard Simmons hexagonal pad, right?
Oh, Jesus, yeah. Right shields.
Well, the original ones, yes.
Right shields.
No, they were. No, seriously, they were the same material as right shields.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were polycarbonate.
Yeah.
And then after a while they switched over to rubber.
Yeah. But my first kit was rubber pads. Which is okay. The Yamaha ones were okay. But Yamaha have only just recently, let's say the last couple of years or so, switched to mesh.
Yeah, because they were using silicone for like the
they were
longest
silicone
time.
composite, which I don't know, didn't feel nice. Yeah. Now hopefully I'll get that up this weekend and start dicking around with it. I said to him, how long can I keep it? And he goes, well, And I said, well, no, I don't. He said, well, not forever. I said, yeah, I know that. He said, but take your
until
time.
we need it back.
Yeah. He said, no, there's no rush. Because the thing is, it's kind of worked out nicely for me because the kits came out back end of last year. So most people who've wanted one, the important people that review drums, not me, they've probably all had their go. So there's probably not much of a queue. But when they pick this one up, they're bringing me the complete opposite. They're bringing me the new VQD, which is the VQD stands for very quiet drums, and the pads have been designed to disperse the air, much more than because when you hear an acoustic an E-drum pad being played, especially a mesh head, you hear the sound. What you're hearing is the sound of the air because it is shifting air, but obviously not as much as an acoustic drum. But you're hearing that and it's bouncing around. So they've taken all this stuff out of the pads, but yet retained the playable surface. But all the air disperses, and then the frame is on these kind of, they're almost like semicircle, they're like half a tennis ball. Yeah. So they're all mounted on that, and then there's a special, and then there's a special pad for the kick pedal and a special pad for the hi-hat pedal, and they reckon that it's massively reduced the acoustic noise of an electronic kit, which but that's the next one they're bringing.
Do you follow Drumeo or 65 Drums or any of those channels?
Yeah. 65. I quite like him because he is, he's like,
he's good.
He's just a decent, ordinary guy. Who knows his shit. And Drumeo, Drumeo are fantastic, especially the video. Their Phil Collins documentary is exceptional.
Oh, I have to see that. I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so good.
Phil.
I started getting teary-eyed as soon as he sat behind his kit.
Yeah. They set up his Gretsch, the black Gretsch kit with the concert toms, and they set it all up as exactly how he had it, and then his son's there doing most of the interviews and stuff, and then they help, and that's the fucking tragic thing. They have to help Phil, to sit behind his own, sort of legendary kit. It was proper heartbreaking. But that's really good.
Is this the one called the Uncut Interview? Is that one?
No, it's called The Drummer First.
Okay.
Are you waving at us for a reason? Are you fucking off?
I'm fucking off because
fuck
you're
off.
talking.
We're
I
talking
wasn't
Phil
being
Collins.
fucking ignorant. I was just waving. That was all.
Okay.
Better.
Hey, you got that motion down pretty good there.
Yeah, we'll take what we can get.
Years of practice. Will. I'll probably see you later.
Okay.
I'll be back then. Okay. I'm just not being
He's got
ignorant.
second pudding.
Goodbye.
You got to show up in your bathrobe, though.
I probably will, to be fair.
There we go. That is second pudding.
Ta-ra, mate.
Yeah, no, that Phil Collins is beautiful.
I'll probably start crying if I watch it, but I do want to see it.
They're because he did. The thing is, whenever Phil Collins is interviewed, or certainly in the past, it was always about him as a platinum selling singer-songwriter, never as a drummer. And this is absolutely all about him and his first and one true love, which is the drums.
Yeah.
And it does tug at the heartstrings. But Nick, his son, is such a cool dude. Yeah. And isn't when he played, because he played with Genesis for that last tour, and he's done some other stuff. He's got essence of his dad, but he's not like a carbon copy of his dad. He's got his own thing going on.
Yeah. It's like Baby Bonzo, right? He's not quite the same. So.
Yeah. It's very good.
No, there's like little traces of it, but he's got his own.
Oh, you can see he was who was taught by, who was inspired by.
Oh
so.
yeah.
Now I like the Drumeo video they did recently of Mike Portnoy doing "Shake It Off" by Taylor Swift. He's never heard.
Yeah.
No, he's never knowingly heard Taylor Swift, and he'd never heard this song before. Yeah. So Portnoy is Dream Theater's drummer.
Yeah.
So massive.
He's great. Yeah. He's
big, hairy prog guy, and the pattern he comes up with for "Shake It Off" actually made me kind of like the song because it was so good.
Did you see the other one where he turned the tables on?
Yes.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, yeah.
But the guy pulled it off. I was impressed.
Yeah. But I like all of those where, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes they get like, who was that Michael Jackson's drummer? I can't remember his name now.
Jonathan Moffat.
That's it, yeah. They got him in to do, and then he did some, he played some of, Michael Jackson stuff, and you just think, oh, God, that's tight as fuck. It's just so good.
Wagyu, the album comes out Friday.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, this Friday.
Yeah. The other one was called Stuart Copeland. They've done loads of stuff with Copeland.
Yeah, he's a riot.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
And
guy,
he's just an exceptional drummer as well.
Yeah, it's another one of those guys that doesn't do anything super fancy.
No,
he just plays to the song.
Serves
but the fills he does, they're just so tasty and they're just so him. Yeah,
it's almost like what he doesn't play is
exactly.
It is that truism, isn't it? That it's the spaces between the notes.
You say the same thing about Phil too. Same.
And Manu Katché as well. He's another one of my heroes. Manu Katché.
Oh, so good. So many good ones.
I never saw Collins play live, which is a big regret. Yeah. But I've seen Katché.
Katché.
I've seen him play.
Well, he was on Gabriel's last tour, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I saw him on that tour. I saw him on the Back to Front tour.
Yeah.
I want to say I saw him somewhere else. I can't remember now. No, I think it was just those two. And he's just an utter.
He's been with Gabriel since So or before that?
He was with him on So. He was. I want to say he was on Us. He wasn't on Up. That was a different guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
Jed Lynch. I think was that guy.
Who was the drummer before So?
Jerry Marotta.
Marotta, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
He was on So. He was on 3.
But then Collins was also on 3 as well, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, because that was the infamous No Cymbals.
Yeah. Intruder.
Well, the whole album, but
yeah. I think Katché didn't play with him until So.
Yeah,
I want. Or maybe he was in the live. He might have been in the live band. And then
could have been
moved
live.
up to. I can't remember now, but yeah. And of course Ringo. Ringo is just one of the finest.
Yeah.
He was the first person that I really tried to copy because I just playing along to all the Beatles songs.
Very unique, stuff that he came up with, but it worked.
Well, it's that thing where he's left-handed, but he's playing on a right-handed kit, so but he was leading with his left, which then means that everything is just a little different. But he was the epitome of less is more. Serve the song, nothing else. All the song needs is the backbeat.
Yep.
And if you're lucky, there's a nice little fill in there. And some of Ringo's fills are just incredible.
Yeah.
They sound so effortless, and when you try and replicate them, you think, oh fuck no.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, something in the way she moves come together, like even the train groove on Get Back, I think it's just
and that last half of Abbey Road and that medley when he does that drum solo, I can't remember what it's between those two songs. It joins and it's fuck off. It's just too good.
Yeah, too bad he can't play. No, I'm kidding.
Ticket to Ride. That's another.
Yeah,
sounds simple. I remember, I had the original 7-inch that my mum had, and I brought it into school one day because we used to get free run of the music room.
Yeah,
and we put Ticket to Ride on. Me and this other kid that was in my year that we were both sort of like learning. And we sort of like, let's do Ticket to Ride. So I put it on thinking, I can do this. And in my head, I thought, I've got this. But in reality, it's not that easy. Tomorrow never knows, mate. Oh, shit.
So good. I still think, I want to say for the past maybe 25 years, my number one drum hero is always going to be Jeff Porcaro.
Oh, yeah, Jeff is a legend.
Oh, gosh, yeah. another one where the things he didn't play were just as important, maybe if not more important than the things he played.
Yeah, and when you hear his range of stuff that he did, all the sessions, forget Toto, all this the other stuff he played on, it's just incredible. Yeah, Phil Gould as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He had this thing. I think, was it Phil that he used to do this thing, and I thought I've got to learn to do that because that would open up a lot of possibilities. And he would play right-handed, but then he would then do left-handed hi-hat.
Yeah.
He basically play left-handed on a right-handed kit, so left-handed hi-hat, and it just looks so cool. And I thought I need to do that because I think that, and then that introduced there was I saw a drummer with an open hi-hat, so the hi-hat's on the right on a mechanical.
Yeah.
So he's still got the pedal on his left foot, but it's big.
It's on a
cord.
cable.
Yeah. And so he's got this hi-hat on the right-hand side of his kit. So it's like playing a ride. But if you play the hi-hat over there, then it just, because your hands are open. It just makes for a different way of doing things. The only problem is if you want to do 16ths, it's a little difficult, especially on something that's fast, and you can't do the 16th with one hand.
Right.
Which I was never that great at. So
I can do it. I'm still working on it.
Yeah. You got to have so much muscle, and condition and stamina.
Yeah.
To do fast 16ths.
A lot
with
of it.
Hand.
With me, a lot of it is a very loose match grip, and you're controlling the stick with your hand and your fingers.
And your finger,
not so much the wrist and the forearm.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah, and two of the things that I've picked up from watching Neil Peart's first video, A Work in Progress, was right after he filmed it right after he had his lessons with Freddie Gruber. If the stick wants to bounce, let it bounce. If the stick wants to fall, let it fall. And I've taken those, concepts, and my stick control has gotten noticeably better, and I'm able to play faster using less energy.
Yeah, that was always my thing. I was always hold the sticks as tight as you can, and then try and work out during the week with weights and stuff, just sort of build the muscle out, and not thinking that actually I could probably save myself a lot of effort if I just learned to hold the fucking sticks properly and let them play.
Yeah, exactly.
But youth.
Oh, I was the same way I played the same way in high school, and not even having a drum lesson. I always used my wrists and my hands. It was only after watching, the Neil Peart video where I started incorporating my fingers as well. And it's even less energy. But it also depends on where you are in the kit, because you still have to have energy if you want to go from your, your groove to your toms or to the ride cymbal. You're still dispersing energy. Where my workout is mostly cardio. So depending on, and a ton of running. It's also my therapy for my autism. But I found my singing has gotten a lot better, but also my drumming too, because I'm able to play longer. I've got a week's worth of recording that I got to do in a couple of weeks. And so I'm going to try to cram as much as I can of it, done. But, I've really found that I can play longer without getting tired. Yeah.
It's fun watching the drummers with all the different mixed grips and changing up grips and stuff. I mean, how the hell do you keep changing it up like that? That's weird.
Well, it all depends on the style too.
I know. It's just like, how do you keep all that straight? It seems like a lot more work.
And you know what I never learned to do?
It's muscle
roll my
memory.
sticks.
Yeah. I can't do that.
I just honestly could never do it. I
Yeah.
tried. Yeah,
Oh,
that.
gosh, yeah.
Fuck off. Right, he's gone. Right, he's gone. Fucking no, piss off. There you go. Not having that. Not having that.
And I was to show off.
I just every time I tried it, somebody would get a stick in the eye.
No, it's easy.
Yeah, you say that.
Yeah.
It is. It's basically, right, you're just rolling that bit around the outside of your fingers, and you're just doing that. That's all you're doing.
Whatever.
Yep. Okay.
It's even more amazing the guys who can roll the coins on their fingers. That's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, magicians and stuff like that. Like, yeah.
I'm time stamping that fucker. I'm clipping that out.
Oh dear.
Can't play a keyboard, but I can roll a fucking drumstick.
There you go.
No, it's not bad. You just gotta. Let me see here. Yeah, you just gotta. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, you say that's it. You
Yeah,
I still say one of the loveliest pieces of improv I've ever seen was when he had the montage and he did that guitar.
Oh, the guitar
bit.
thing.
Yeah, fucking hell. Love that.
That wasn't even improv. That was mostly James Taylor.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, whatever it was bloody beautiful.
It was like the
But
first part of. It was like the first part of You Got a Friend. I was like, how can I make? What can I do to make this guitar sound like so convincing? You close your eyes, you hear, you swear it was a guitar.
Yeah.
Do you remember when the Montage M came out? How fucking excited we all got. Me in particular. I mean, I remember going to see the Yamaha store in London and just sitting down with it, and then phoning Kent up and saying, "You've got to buy this. You will absolutely." And he bought one, and I never did. I thought about it the other day because I wrote a piece the other day. It's coming out tomorrow, where I'm looking at a patch bank for the Montage M, and I thought, I forgot.
Yeah.
I thought, oh yeah, the Montage M. I've forgotten all about that. It's just
No one talks about it anymore.
Really.
It's there was this big hype, but then it's just kind of
but you have got that bloody great thing sitting next to you now.
Yeah, but it's I mean, I just remember getting really, really, really excited about the Montage M. I suppose it's the cost of it at the end of the day. That just
Me
put
too.
off, but
Honestly.
yeah.
I mean, my big thing was the Poly AT, and then a rather light, hammer action. I was like, yeah. And then when the time came that my church needed to do an upgrade to the piano, because we were going from a CP300, which has probably next to the RH3 one of the heaviest and sluggiest actions I've ever played, and because I had carpal tunnel surgery back in 2018. I feel like my right wrist is kind of starting to act up. I got to get it looked at. I had the surgery on my left hand. They gave me a cortisone shot on my right hand. My hands have never been the same. So
hammer actions have been my worst enemy for the past 6 years.
Yeah.
As soon as, the time came for us to do the upgrade, they asked me, what do you want? And I first said the CK88, and then they came back and they were like, and thank God that they did. They were like, no, we want you to have something quality. Like, the CK88's good quality, but if that's your reasoning, I'll pick out something that's not gonna be overkill, Nord, but something that's gonna be, I think, honestly, for the price that it is, for the $4,500 that we spent, best value for the dollar as far as I'm concerned. With the amount of stuff it can do, it built rock solid. It has a beautiful key bed, with the poly aftertouch. Obviously, I feel like the features, and the price, it's like a perfect match. So
it's great value for what you get.
Gosh, yeah.
Without a doubt. Yeah, but Nord's got that Beethoven piano. That's cool, right? I mean,
nah, yeah, but it's a horrible Fatar key bed. There's an 88 note controller that's coming out, I'm led to believe, this month, and I have put my name down to get one for review, but I'm pretty certain it won't be a weighted one. It'll just be a semi-weighted, because I've got my KX88 over there, and I loved that thing, but the problem was when I bought this, I didn't think. All I was thinking about was the width, not the depth.
You weren't thinking of oof.
And so I got a desk that would accept a KX88's girth, but not its depth. And what I had to do, because I was using the rack space and that all points downwards at the back.
Yeah.
The keyboard tray wouldn't go back far enough for me to not knock my knees on it when I'm just working at the desk with the computer, because it's so deep.
So deep, yeah.
That I had to put the keyboard tray down, so it wasn't knocking my knees; it was whacking my shins. And there was nothing I could do about it. So, and it was I thought, I really wanted to have that 88 note here, because it's such a lovely. I mean, I'm not a proper keyboard player by any stretch, but it was just a nice thing to play, and I just thought, so it's got retired over there, and it just sits there probably gathering dust. But at least it's level, because before I was storing it on its end, and the mechanism didn't like it, and I used to have to. Before I put it level again, I used to have to let it sit the other way round for about a week or so, and then put it all back, and then let it settle for about a week or so for it to, because the top and the bottom keys would stick for the first few days, and you'd have to just go to loosen them up, and then they'd be fine. But now at least now it's on its proper angle.
It's right, yeah.
But it's not getting used. It's not getting used. That's it, just there. You see right there.
Yeah.
And it's just sat there.
I mean, for now in front of me, I've got this SP88 Kurzweil that was given to me, and it's not the most expensive piano, but this is the unweighted version. The problem with it is, it's I find it really heavy for a semi-weighted action. It's really springy, and I don't have. I find the velocity not fluid enough, not as fluid as either the CK88 or definitely the Montage. But I've got to have an 88 up here. I can't keep the CK up here because now, gigging season's coming up, and I've got to carry it down 2 flights of stairs when I need it, and then I got to bring it up here and set it up. So, I mean, for now I have this, but it'd be nice to get a semi-weighted controller that I can just stick up here. Yeah. I had a Nectar LX88 Plus for about 2 months. Same thing. The thing that I did not like about that, other than the fact that the velocity, no matter what curve you selected, was so uneven.
Yeah.
The tops of the black keys were actually angled like straight down, and not like sitting level like this. And that always threw me off. I'm thinking about, I'd definitely be interested in this supposed new one that's coming out, but I'm also thinking about the Essential 88. And seeing what kind of quality that's going to be. But I mean, as far as a semi-weighted key bed,
there's a couple of 88 note. One's a controller, one's not, that are coming out this year that I know of.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested to see what both of them are like. But I'll only probably get one of them sent. I won't get the other one sent, unless, of course, they're very, very kind.
Yeah.
But I'm very keen to find out what they've put in this other thing, which I can't talk about. We've only got a month or so to wait, I think, before that one's announced. It should be at Super Booth.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like an 88 again here.
It's just handy to have. It's one of those things where I'd rather have it and not need it, and then need it and not have it.
Thing is, I'm not that prolific enough to really sort of sit here and say, oh, I was doing something the other day and I just needed those extra octaves, and I don't really. It's just at the moment I'm sat here. All right, I cleaned this studio out last year to make room, and I made the room, and now it's bloody full up again. I've got a fucking emulator 2. I mean, I'm complaining about having an emulator 2 over there. It's only on loan.
Sorry to hear that. No.
Yeah, it's only on loan. And I actually said to Peter the other day, I said, want it back yet? And he goes, oh, you're right. I've got that emulator 1 that's in the garage that's got to go back to Kent. But yeah, I got that. I got the Matrix Brute there.
Yeah.
I got the fucking Polybrute here, and I've got this Wave now on the desk.
Yeah.
And at the weekend, I moved my O2R mixer.
Yeah.
From the garage into storage, and I'm looking at it all the time, thinking, why?
That's a beautiful board.
It's a great board, but literally right now, there's nowhere I could put it. This would have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, it is big.
Yeah, especially when you've got it set up.
Is that mixer motorized?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I've got all the
You got all the cards, so it's
got all the cards and the plugins, the effects.
So it's a fully loaded O2R.
And yeah, I bought a couple of extra in and out analog in and out cards because it came with a whole bunch of ADAT stuff. So I bought some extra analog ins and outs because you can fit, I think, 4 cards in there, or some cards are double height. I then found a meter bridge for it, fully operational.
Babs has just asked a question.
Who, what, where?
Babs has just asked, tell us what each keyboard in the frame is behind you.
Oh, which one? That one or that one? There's 2.
Yeah, 2 frames. You're going to have to pick
Just
one.
go through both.
All of them.
DX7 2FD.
2,
RX5 drum machine. DX7 Mark 1. RX11 drum machine. DX5. DX1. And then you can't see it because it's in its flight case. TX816 is just there. And then various. Oh, there's a QX. You can't see it. There's a boxed QX5, like new, that I found on eBay for next to nothing. I thought I've got to rescue that, so I bought that. Even though I've got a QX5, so there's a boxed QX5 there.
Why have one? 2 is more fun.
And then over this side, you can't. Yeah, so that one, that's a Yamaha AM1X, which has now got an SU10 sitting on it as well in its appropriate place. Next to that, out of sight, is a Mini Brute SE. Then that is the Mask
1.
Mask 1.
Oh, the Kodama.
Yeah, Kodama one. And then out of sight, next to that is a Yamaha QX1 sequencer. Underneath that is a Juno 106. Next to that, it's a QX5.
Yeah.
And then, what's underneath that? Fuck, I don't know. Oh, Polybrute.
Yeah.
Regular Polybrute. Ordinary Polybrute.
Just a crappy regular one.
Yeah.
And then next to it, a Mini Brute 2S.
Yeah.
And then there's a Hydrasynth, which is Kent's that thing there is a Hydrasynth keyboard, which is Kent's, which he said, "Do you want to have a go on it?" And it's been here ever bloody since. And next to that is a Mini Freak. Then there's a KX88. And then in the kitchen rack, as I call it, you've got Behringer MS101, Modal Argon 8 and Cobalt 8, Yamaha VSS 200, and a DD10.
DD10, fucking hell.
I know, and I've got the strap for it.
My first
And
drum
the
machine,
pedals.
and I had the drum strap and the pedals and all that. Yeah.
Got all of that.
Mine was a DD5.
Then there's an Emax
DD10
2.
is a strap on?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
Where-
is the DX.
Where's Andrew Brooks when you need him?
I know.
Where's
Then we
Ty?
got an Emax Turbo HD, Emax 2 Turbo HD. Then what else is there? What's that?
Your CS1X there?
No, that's the SY22.
Oh, okay.
Then the CE25 Yamaha. CS1X with another SU10 on that. Alesis Fusion.
Fusion 8, 6.
6. Just a 6. Yeah. And then
I got the 8.
there's a CS6X.
Jeff's sitting there going,
And I'm sitting there going, yeah, fucking hell, I got the better
That's
end
all
of
right.
that deal.
I got the OG Alesis behind me. Couple
Yeah,
quarters.
CS6X with a PLG 150 VL board in there. Korg Z1. And then there's a Prophecy.
how many hands have you got?
All of them.
Yeah.
In his hands when you got MIDI.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
I got to rewire my MIDI up.
What's that? That's a CS6. What's that? I can't even remember what that is.
That's fun. I remember the DD10 having a strap. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it was Yamaha branded strap.
Oh yeah. The
I've
same
done on
one
the
that-
KX5. Yeah.
Probably the same one that came with the SHS-10 and the 200.
Yeah,
What is that? Oh, yeah, DX11.
DX.
DX11.
Yeah, and out of all that shit, the only one that I've got is a fucking DX11.
Yeah, CS6.
Oh
That's
no,
all
I've
right.
got I've got a Hydrosynth as well. So
The only one I got is the
Yeah.
Hydra, but it's a deluxe, and then the only other one I have is the Mark One DX7.
yeah. Oh, I've had
I have
two
a
Mark
Mark
1
II, though.
DX7s through here, and one of them sitting in that room up there.
Yeah.
There's a Z1 and a Prophecy, and there's a Micro Freak. There's
The Fairlights are in
Sonicware.
storage. Yeah.
So there's a Sonicware ELZ1 Play, Lo-Fi 12, Lo-Fi 12 XT, and the Sample Trek. Mattel Sonics is there. Casio VL1 Tone. There's a
I had one of those.
Arturia Mini Lab controller there. There's a QX5, another QX5, a QX7, and a QX.
3?
Yeah, no,
Really?
the Q. Hang on, so the Q. Yeah, I've got the QX3s on the rack. So there's a QX5, a QX7, and the QX21. So I've got all the QXs now.
There you go.
And the DX100.
Of course.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Stream's been going 3 hours 10, and Rob's been doing most of that, fucking rattling off what he's got in the studio.
Matrix Brute, Emulator 2.
I'll take 1% of the time.
RM1X. On the chair at the moment is a Casio RZ1, which is here on loan, and a Drum Brute Impact. And then, do you want to do the rack?
Well, Wookie's just said, what are the ones you actually play on a regular basis?
None of them.
Paul's
And you
wondering where
gotta
the
wave.
Fairlights are.
Oh, and the Polybrute 12.
Yeah.
In the rack, we've got, what have we got? Instrument-wise, there's an Akai S2000, Akai S6000, Akai Z8 prototype, Korg M1 REX, Yamaha TG500 and Yamaha TG55, a TX802, a TX81Z.
I used to have one of those.
There's a Rev 5 and a Rev 7 and an
Oh, you have an
SPX
816 as
990.
well.
Huh?
Oh, you've done the TX816. You
Oh,
fucking,
sorry.
you're too late.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
You have to watch it on catch up, Jeff.
He was too busy thinking about the strap on. So
There's a Roland SDE 3000 that used to belong to Frankie. There's a, what is that? That's the Digi. Hang on.
It's all just fucking letters and numbers at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, for now.
There's a Digitech Vocalist 2 harmonizer.
I've got one of those.
There's a Sherman filter bank. And then
Shall we all rub?
I've got half width units. I've got an X5R, Korg X5R, a Roland SC88VL, a Yamaha FP01, a Kawai, what's it called? The PHM pop synth, and then a Yamaha EMT10 and an EMT1. One of them's a piano module, the other one's kind of like a
Kawaii Pop Synth. I don't know that one.
Oh man, that's a really cool little thing. In fact, I've got a complete sample library for that. Somebody did for ProSynth Network to do something with, and I'm just trying to come up with a kind of a competition or something. And then what have we got over here? We've got all the live-ins, so I'm not even going to fucking name all through. We've got all the Sonicware live-ins.
Yeah.
What else have I got there? Uno Synth Pro, Uno Synth Pro X, Modal Sculpt, Modal Craft Synth, or Craft, what is it, the drum thing, whatever it was.
Yeah.
There's a TX7, an RX17.
Got one.
You have the Craft Synth 1 or the Craft Synth 2?
The 2.
Yeah.
The MCS MIDI controller that Yamaha did.
Robbie's got all the live ones. Kent's garage has got all the dead ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Clip that one.
Oh, that was good.
I've got an Elise's perk pad in there somewhere. Those Korg Nano things. I've got an Elise's what do they call it? iDock.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I
yeah,
know
I
the
have
the
the
IO
IO dock for the original iPad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
There's an MPC 500 in that little thing there. There's probably a few other bits. And then on the table here, I've got the FS1R. I've got my monitors and stuff. I've got the Essence FM.
Yeah.
I've got all the audio fuse stuff. I've got an Akai MIDI patch bay, the ME30P too.
I have the little drop-in keyboard for the iPhone where you could use it with the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But it was 30 pins, so I can't use it anymore.
Exactly. Same with the IO dock.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a 1010 Music black box on the thing there, and of course the LM drum and the wave that are on the table. Astrolab and a Launchpad X on the shelf.
I think Babs is regretting asking now.
Yeah, you fucking asked, Babs. Yeah, there you go. I've just given out a thief's shopping list there, haven't I?
Yeah, really.
And then 3 Fairlights in storage.
Oh yeah, the Fairlights. Yeah, they're in storage. There's
Now,
4 of
you know
them.
what? You know what, Robbie? If we're in the
There's another
early
Emax
80s.
2 out there.
Oh, there you go.
And there's an
of course.
MPK 49 and an Arturia Keylab 61.
Okay.
Mark III.
Yeah.
But
And an O2R.
if we're in the early 80s and you say to someone, yeah, I have 3 Fairlights in storage, you would get beaten.
I'd
to
get
death.
blowjobs left, right, and centre.
Well, that, yes. True, yeah. But
And we all give Ty shit for the amount of keyboards he's got.
yeah, but he's using them.
But he has like 3 studios full of shit. So this,
What, it was when he said, somebody asked him how many have you got, and he went, oh, over 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whatever.
I would just like to suffix all of that with, this is all very, very well alarmed. Okay.
Yeah.
exactly. And me too, by the way, since all the shit
Yeah.
went down.
And we still have to
Yeah,
do
I
that
hope
thing,
so.
Andy. We
Yeah,
still
exactly.
Have to do
Yeah.
it.
I think Wagyu and I also have too much stuff. So
We've all
Yeah.
got too much, haven't we? Let's be honest. We've all got too much stuff.
I'm
Well,
fortunate in that I'm extremely constrained by space
Yeah.
because it would be easy to go stupid.
Yeah, me
So
too. Half of my sins are not
same
even
here.
here.
yeah, I have to be very, very, very
Same here. Half
particular
my,
about what I've got here.
same here. Half my stuff is downstairs.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I was actually sitting here the other day thinking I need to make some more space because I really do want to get that O2R in here because it would solve a shitload of problems in terms of connectivity.
how many inputs do you have on that? How many sliders?
It's green
The
screen.
last 4 are stereo, but I think it's 24.
Yeah, isn't it
24. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's 24 channel. But you can, it's got so many inputs on the back, and then you just, because it's digital, you just route stuff wherever you want it to go. But I'm actually thinking about getting another Audio Fuse X8 in, because I'm finding being able to just plug the synth directly into the interface is just so much easier than just yeah. I mean, I want to connect the LM drum individual. I want to take all the individual outs, but of course you need all the individual ins.
Yeah.
Because I want to process. You don't want to slap a reverb across the whole fucking thing because bass with reverb is just a no go. But
No, you want to get snare, possibly the clap.
claps. I was
Definitely
programming the what pattern was I programming the other day? Oh, Axel F. Right, so I was putting Axel F into there, and then of course I get to the claps. I'm like, there's no delay in there, so I was thinking, well, maybe I'll program the delay because, of course, with the LM drum you have the benefit of being able to use velocities. So I'll just do a low velocity clap to give me that delay.
Right.
But that's the one thing I wish that they'd put on the LM drum was a built-in effects unit. That would have been sweet, but it would have shoved the price up. Because it's a really fun thing to use.
Yeah, Andy, did you get insurance for your mishap?
My what, sorry?
Not listening?
What?
Andy.
Oh, you're talking to me? Oh,
Yes.
no, that was all fucked. It was a combination
Oh,
of
really?
bullshit. Yeah, it's
They-
all my fault pretty much. So
Okay. That sucks.
it does.
Yeah, Ken, I've got the Audio Fuse 16 rig plus an X8 in and an X8 out, and I'm just thinking I might not need another X8 in, but I might get another X8 out because I don't have many outputs. But I need another, and I can fit another X8 in because I've got two ADAT ins on the back of the
On the
back of the 16 rig, which I have to say is a very, especially since version 2, it's much the software is much more stable. The unit itself is great. It's just fantastic.
Okay.
And if I had a Dolby Atmos rig, I'd be like a pig in what's it. But
Ken's in the chat.
yeah.
02828M.
But then I thought, well,
38.
maybe I'll just get another 16 rig. And then
Can you
just-
have two at the same time in
Yeah.
a DAW?
in a Mac? Yeah,
Yeah, you just
Oh.
aggregate them, didn't you?
yeah. You just aggregate them. I mean, I've got a Focusrite, but it's not that great. So I might just get another 16 rig and aggregate them as one, and then I'll have with the with the X8 in. Yeah, it could be a monster.
But you have, I mean, 32 inputs plus 8
Yeah.
more. Yeah, 40 in.
Yeah, 40.
Should be okay. You could plug about
Oh.
half your stuff.
Oh, lady wants mine. Oh, mine won't take as long. So, so on the other side of the of this keyboard tree, I've got a shelf that's got a bunch of cables and stuff. On the top is a QX3 sequencer. I've got a fader port over right underneath my camera that I've got to find a place to hook up, maybe over here on the table. On the keyboard tree, going from bottom to top, I've got a Quadrasynth plus piano, Alesis. I've got an original Quadrasynth, and then I've got a Portasound PSS 270 sitting on top of a Mark 1 DX7. Right in front of my beautiful vinyl collection, I've got a Behringer 2600. On this keyboard tree, I've got a Karma on the top, MX61 in the middle, and on the bottom is a Hydrasynth Deluxe that needs a key replaced. And I believe we're working on that through ASM. In front of me is my computer setup, and I've got right now a Kurzweil SP88 unweighted as a controller, which I'm hoping to eventually replace pretty soon. Not up here, I'm going to have to think about this, is a Roland VR760 that I use for live stuff. Yamaha CK88 that I use for live stuff, sometimes as a controller. I've also got a Behringer Odyssey down there. I've got a Behringer Model D. I've got a Yamaha RX16. I got a couple portable arrangers. I've got a PSR 530 Yamaha and then a Roland E36. 3 drum kits, a 90s Tama Swing Star, a newer Tama Superstar Classic Maple, and then I've got a 1980s Pearl Export. And then for rack gear, I've got a Korg TR rack. I've got a Alesis DM5. And then for effects, I've just got a bank of Alesis 3630s and a DBX Project 1266. For reverbs, I've got a Behringer Virtualizer and a Lexicon MPX 110, also a Alesis Microverb. There you go.
I hope.
Nice.
They're all appearing.
Yeah, when I was playing the Hydrasynth last week, and I can get pretty heavy-handed depending on what I'm playing, but one of the key weights started rattling underneath my E4 key, and then it eventually fell off. So I was like, oh, I'm going to have to contact either ASM or... No, I posted on the Hydrasynth Facebook page, and Ken got right back to me. We got the support going, so they should be sending me a new key to replace this fairly soon. So,
Nice.
oh, and I want a T-shirt for that, Ken.
I've got to say, Ken don't mess about. If you put
No.
up something on that page, he's right on it. He's, he don't mess about.
Yeah, no, it's honestly a company like ASM. I think there's a lot of manufacturers, as far as support goes, that could take a lesson from them. They're
definitely
absolutely amazing. So, Ken, I definitely appreciate the service.
Don't blow smoke up his ass.
Yeah.
It's like he gets enough of that already.
Well, apparently, according
Love
to
it,
him, I mean, we're not so sure, but this might be the first key weight that's fallen out of a Hydra Deluxe. It's basically, it's just glued onto the bottom with like 3 strips of, apparently really strong glue.
Well,
Compared to the original Mini Brute where they just fell off in shipping.
Really.
Yeah, don't play it with your face then.
Yeah. Be a bit more
don't.
gentle.
Well, no, somebody
yeah,
had
Justin's
written...
a metal player.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
No, somebody had written about, I forget what else in that discussion, but they had a keyboard that was shipped, and it was just thrown about so much. It was a General Music S2 Turbo that had all the key weights fall out of it, but it was mainly because of the packaging. And then I said, well, I'd rather just replace the key than messing around with glue. And this is the first time I've ever had it happen on anything that I've owned other than the red glue issue on my Roland JV80 that I had 10 years ago.
I think Justin just plays like Rachmaninoff, just like hardcore, heavy dynamics,
Yeah,
really.
He
Well,
goes
Elton
into
John.
death mode.
That's it.
I can't even play it.
Can I have my ear? Can I have my ears back, please?
Too loud, man. Too loud.
I love Prelude C Sharp Minor. It's great.
Hang on.
No, but
I'll fix that.
Elton John is a heavy-handed player as well, because I remember meeting his tech or keyboard tech, and in one tour he went through 7 keyboards.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard
Because
Longhurst's story about.
Yeah, we heard Longhorse story.
Oh, okay.
Because he loaned him his, was it RD 1000?
Yeah, RD 1000.
And it came back just fucking trashed.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
yeah,
say
he's
Elton
just
John
like-
one more time, you know who we're going to summon, right? So,
Elton John, Elton John, Elton John.
I'll help.
that's it.
Oh, wait, no, I got to pull up the RD piano.
Yeah, Jared Lackey. Oh, yeah, Ken. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh no, you've done it now.
There we go.
So I'll just come back in and go, fuck off, and then disappear again.
Then I'll just go.
Oh, but by the way, Justin,
Yeah.
your latest album again.
Oh, the
Love
which
it.
one?
Yeah,
Oh, the piano?
Staycation. No,
Oh,
Oh,
Staycation.
sorry, yeah, Staycation. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I love it.
Appreciate
It's
it.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Stop blowing smoke up his ass.
Well, I mean,
There's
you
a
know.
lot of smoke.
Well, no,
blowing going
yeah,
on
he's an
today.
American. Hey, you know what? No.
It's a goddamn love fest.
I see this is the Canadians sucking up to the Americans in case they get taken over. Into the
Yeah,
state.
I've heard the
Ticket number
Canadians
51.
are putting a border up, aren't you?
Yeah, so
Aren't
I
you
mean,
closing the border to America?
So what Trump did was really, really piss us off.
I'm sure.
Like the
Rightly
whole
so.
country is like, oh fuck you.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was just like, bring in your tariffs, asshole. We'll take you
Jeff,
down.
just put a wall of science textbooks up, and it'll keep the MAGA people right out.
Yeah, just like put a sign, we believe in science.
Exactly.
They don't
yeah.
want us. Yeah.
Well, fake news wins, sadly.
Yeah. Well, not forever though. I mean, at
No,
one
no,
point,
we've
common
only got-
sense comes
Yeah,
back.
well,
Yeah.
might take a while though.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll be
I
there.
was
That's
thinking about
fine.
this the other day, right? So Trump is effectively a single-term president. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's. Bear with me on this. He's a single-term president. So, what's he going to do in 4 years? Why did? I mean, I've read lots
Look
of.
what he's
theories.
already done.
Maybe die.
Well, I've read a lot of theories.
We
that
can
he
live in
is
hope.
Effectively, effectively just a puppet guy. He's stupid enough to be manipulated by those people that are much
Of course.
more intelligent and powerful and wealthy.
Project 2025.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's that. But you think, hang on a minute. So he's got one term. It's not like he's got the potential to do another term under the Constitution. So in 2 years you got the midterms, and we all know that when the midterms happen, that could effectively make him even more of a lame duck president, because if he can't get anything through, if things are that bad and both houses swing back to the Democrats, he's massively just like, he's just a figurehead. He just sits there and he can be a dick, but he can't get anything through. So that makes me think they must know this. They must know this. There is a plan. There has to be a plan. Whether it's, I know some people have been very worried that in the next 4 years he will do what Putin did and change the law so that he can have a third effective term and so on. I don't necessarily think the American people would let that happen, but he's building a dynasty.
You need to change the constitution.
Exactly.
And you need 72% of the votes. You'll never.
I think
have
there's
that.
enough Democrats and sane Republicans that haven't completely sold their fucking
We hope, but you
grandmother.
never
We
know.
hope. But yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering now, is the plan to replace Trump in 4 years' time with one of his dickhead sons? Whichever
Probably.
one it might be.
Which would be really sad.
Yeah, or maybe Ivana will, or Ivanka, whatever fucking name is.
Ivanka?
I lose track, because one was his wife and the other one's his daughter, but
Ivanka's
he
a
wants to
daughter.
fuck both of them.
Oh, allegedly.
Well,
He did say that in public. Yeah, he did.
yeah, he did.
He did fuck one of them by putting them in his golf course when he buried her, didn't he?
Well, yeah.
Nothing says I love you like putting them in a bunker, does it? Fuck's sake.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's all a bit. I mean, you like to think, okay, look, we've just got to see these 4 years through.
But you know
Just
what?
gotta
Now
go
they
through.
have that official thing where the president can no longer be prosecuted. So he can do some heinous stuff and not be held accountable.
I mean, I've always thought that one of the reasons he wanted to be president was so that he could get that level of immunity from all of, because he is.
Well, yeah, because
is
if
a
he
crook.
hadn't won this time, he would have
He's
been
a
prosecuted
hateful
for that
person.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
But careful, we're getting into politics here. We don't.
Yeah. Hey, change of subject.
Nothing new
Go on
there,
then,
then.
yeah. How big's he?
Okay. Yeah. I'm going. Canadians are going to invade England in July. Well, one Canadian anyway.
Hey, we'll
Oh,
let you-
God, no, really?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I'm just letting you know in advance.
I'm just leaving
so
the
you
I'm
can go
sorry.
away.
Is
Sorry.
that- is that a
Jeff, I'm
one-man
leaving the
invasion?
country, mate. Don't worry.
No,
No,
Jeff, the
that's
Cajuns are coming back to Acadia, and they're going to take over there.
Yeah. So no, I've decided.
You need to
that,
let us know which bit of the country you're going to be in,
I'll
so we can be
all
elsewhere.
over. Yeah,
All
exactly.
over.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
No,
very
no,
take you.
seriously.
Okay,
We're
I'm
only
going to.
Let us know where you are, and we'll come and see you.
Jeff's coming back to do all the fucking Open University science courses, isn't he? Look,
Yeah, yeah,
got to
No,
got to
I'm-
present them.
yeah.
No, what I'm thinking seriously is, if you get any one of you wants to see me, I'll just go to wherever you are, and
And if we don't want to see,
well, then you just
You
say,
don't want to go
"Fuck
see
off."
Robbie because Robbie lives in the middle of nowhere.
I do.
Listen, you could
Sorry, go on, Matt.
you could try and go and see Robbie, but it'd take you 45 minutes to get into his house because he's got to move all the keyboards out the way of the door.
And it'll take you.
No, that's Kent.
Yeah, well, that is
Well,
Kent, actually. Yeah.
And then you have to go through the dogs. But
Yeah, I
no,
don't have
mean,
dogs.
No, but Kent does.
Yeah,
You have a cat though, don't you?
I have 2 cats and a wife.
I pay attention sometimes.
And a wife.
And your wife.
And a
And
wife.
sometimes 2 children if they decide to be here or not.
Yeah, no, but that'd be cool if we could
Yeah.
shake hands and
It'd be catchy.
see you in real life, and at the same time,
I'm taller in real life, you know.
well, it's
He is.
real.
He's quite tall.
Yeah, he's only about 2 inches on the screen. Just
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
You know who was amazingly tall? I didn't know. Ben Divkid. He was very tall.
Oh, I'm
He's a big
taller than
lad.
him.
Yeah, he's a big lad, Ben.
Yeah.
The one that surprised me always was Dom. He was a fucking monster, that guy, wasn't he?
Don was a good hugger, though.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot
Yeah,
of
it
him to
was.
give you a hug,
Yeah,
wasn't
it
there?
was.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Check
you got
your
if you're
inbox.
coming come over for Synthfest because we'll all fucking be there.
We will.
when is Synthfest?
October.
October. Or, but this, well, if you're going to September,
Yeah, no,
What's
the
in
thing is, I mean, I
September?
don't want to go when it's fucking cold and raining all the time.
The one I
when's-
went. The
when's
one I
the
went
start-
to.
You're gonna.
One I went to. We were sat outside in t-shirts, fucking
yeah.
sunning it
When's,
up.
When's Bistronica?
Week after.
2
innit?
weeks before.
2 weeks before, yeah.
Before
But
now.
I've bought my weekend tickets.
Yeah, tickets went on sale, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm
Yeah,
going to check for
I bought 'em.
Synthfest. Maybe,
I think it is. But
I think I've got it in my diary already.
And the hotels will be less expensive, I guess, because fuck me, hotels
If
are
you-
expensive in London.
Oh, they
Oh,
are,
yeah.
yeah.
Fuck. I mean, I stay at the Marriott everywhere. I can't stay at the Marriott in
Yeah.
London. 3
Yeah.
days in London cost me more than a plane ticket. And
Yeah.
I travel business.
Oh, actually,
So-
Yeah.
Do they have a Motel
Before.
6 equivalent in London?
well, yeah,
Wait a
they
minute.
probably do.
What's the Motel 6? I don't know what that is.
It's a classic cheap American hotel that most of us stay at that don't have money. So
We have the Premier the
where
Premier
serial
in
killers
hubs
go.
are supposed to be cheaper. They're just a room with no windows.
Go to Waterloo. There's places to stay there. Won't cost you fuck all.
yeah.
Okay, so it says the Octagon, Octagon,
Octagon, yeah.
Sheffield,
Yeah.
Yeah.
date to be announced. Well,
Yeah.
No,
fuck
it's the 4th of
me.
October.
Is it?
Is it?
I've booked.
Robbie will know.
I've booked a room, but I've booked it for the 4th of October.
So Machine and Bristronica was actually a week before, not 2 weeks. It was a week before. Last time it was a week
Yeah,
after.
yeah.
So they've now gone a week before, which is a real pain in the ass. I was hoping they would go 2 to 3 weeks either side. But
yeah. So 4th of October.
Awesome.
So, which one is best to go to? Synthfest?
Synthfest.
Synthfest.
Okay. All right.
Not dissing Bristronica, but it's Bristronica is.
No, that was my
more-
job.
Yeah,
More
yeah.
modular, right?
You are,
Isn't it?
yeah.
it's
Oh,
more modular.
talking
Hey,
of which,
as-
Ian,
as-
have you gone to the Bristronica website?
Yeah.
So they've got a video that like a full screen. The web page is a video. You're in
Yeah.
it.
Am I?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, you're sat in the front row of an audience of something.
That was the yeah. That was about tapes. Using tape decks.
But yeah, you're in that.
All right, I'll have a look at that then. Yeah, as Jason said, well, we're staying over as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming for the weekend. We're staying at is it Premier Inn, the one that's near it?
What Bristronica?
Yeah.
There's the Moxie. That's
Oh,
where
I
me
think
and Peter stayed, which is kind of like actually that's better than Premier Inn.
I think the Premier is cheap.
I can't remember where the Premier Inn is now.
Anyway, it's
Anyway.
yeah, I've got a weekend ticket. But as Jason said today, will they let me in?
Hey, we got your number.
Yeah. But I've paid
No,
my
it's-
ticket, so yeah.
It's such a pain that it's a week.
So October,
Before.
Synthfest, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday the 4th.
Now let me check what I've.
It's one day only?
Yeah, it is.
Synthfest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
there's if you come Friday night, we'll go out for a meal, as we did last year, didn't we, Rob?
We
And
did. Well, it's
Yeah.
Synthfest. We did, yeah.
yeah, and then there's a meal on Saturday night.
Isn't it just
So
one
we
big
make a
room, so you
weekend
can
of
do it
it.
in one day, right?
What
Say
Synthfest?
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the main hall, the Octagon, and then you've got there's a sub level where Source Distribution have one room, and they've got ASM, Arturia,
Okay.
PWM, Moog, and a few others. Basically, all the brands they distribute. Yamaha have got a room.
Yeah.
Korg
Korg
will have
got
a
a
room.
room.
Roland sometimes.
Yeah, they
don't
weren't.
think they were there last year, were
They
they?
weren't last year, but
No.
they
They were
have
there.
in the past.
They were there when I was there.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was- yeah.
Although, did they share a room with
No, it was
Yamaha? No, this
on
year.
their own. Oh, I don't know.
It's last year. Luckily, I have booked Friday till Sunday.
I've got to look up when I'm going to book because
Yeah,
I've
so-
got.
Sensoria is the 2nd to the 5th, and
Okay, so
Synthfest is always the Saturday, which will therefore be the 4th.
I don't suppose you know what's happening on the Saturday night with Sensori, do you? Because they had Gazelle Twin last year, and I went to that instead of the
I'm-
meal.
I'm currently in discussions with Sensoria because I'm trying to get something set up that will. There'll be something at Synthfest, but there'll also be something outside Synthfest. So,
so we could always go. We could go for the meal later if it was something that was earlier in the evening.
Hopefully, it will happen. Yeah, but at the moment, I don't know. I just need to.
Okay, so which hotel should I book?
What, for Sheffield?
Actually, for Sheffield, if you don't mind, you're not slumming it, but there's a place called the Wilson Carlisle Centre, which is cheap, and you get breakfast.
Yeah, but
it's not a hotel as such, but it's it's a room. It's a room with bed.
Breakfast. What kind of stuff is it?
Oh, it's just a normal continental breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
I'm booked in there, and actually quite a few people that were at Synthfest booked in there. It's £60 a night, £60 a night.
That's cheap.
But it
is. It is.
But I mean, even the other ones, the Novotel, $97.
Yeah,
that's nothing because a Novotel usually will be $250.
And the thing about the Wilson Carlisle Centre is it's within walking distance of the Octagon.
So
I'm sorry,
the
which
Novotel, Sheffield.
The Wilson Carlisle Centre.
Okay.
The Sheffield Novotel, I think it's called Novotel Sheffield Centre, City Centre or something. That's where Sound on Sound all stay and a lot of other people. So what happens is, like, in the evening, especially on the Friday and the Saturday, once people have been and done what they all congregate in the bar. So it can be quite a thing.
Hey, Jeff, be glad you're not going to Anaheim. The hotels are crazy money there. So.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Hilton. Okay.
There used to be some really nice Airbnbs, literally like 2 minutes from the Octagon, and then the company that owned them turned them into long-term rentals. So we shit out on that one. But
okay,
there's lots because it's Sheffield's a student city, so there's lots of accommodation.
Is it a big city?
Yeah.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, it's got a tram system, so yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
It's proper industrial north.
It is. Yeah, it's grim.
Oh,
yeah, and I guess
actually Sheffield is a brilliant city. So
no, it's great fun actually. Sheffield. Yeah, I nearly
Again,
moved to Sheffield once.
Yeah,
I almost got a job there. With 3 interviews later, and I didn't get it, but we would have moved to Sheffield.
It's a nice place. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind living there at all.
So,
steeped in history.
Okay, and then getting there by train is not that hard, I imagine.
No, it's a couple of hours from London.
Yeah, London, King's Cross.
Yeah, King's Cross.
Yeah,
straight up, no problem.
Okay then. Well, you've changed my mind. Thank you. Yeah, 300-400 a night. Yeah, average for the hotel I imagine. Yeah, and London is. I mean, seriously, like 700 a night.
Stupid, isn't it? I mean,
never stay in the centre of London. You can always find places a little bit, still within the tube system.
Yeah, even the overland. Is fairly straightforward. The overland system is linked to the tube system,
and because the pricing on the underground or TfL basically is capped, even if you are sort of in zone 3 or zone 4, which is kind of like the outskirts.
Yeah.
If you're doing a bunch of trips, you'll probably never pay more than, I think is it £9 something a day if you're sort of going.
Oh, a day, yeah, exactly, yeah.
You'll never pay more than sort of like 10 quid.
Yeah, it's proper cheap travel.
Yeah, it's all contactless. So you just use your
just use your mobile, card. Your credit card, yeah.
Or if you use mobile.
Or you can get an octopus card if you want to, and then put some money on it. But if you're only going to be there for a couple of days, don't bother.
Yeah, just use your debit.
Yeah. I mean, my lads.
You got to go off and do some errands. So it's good talking to you. Have more pubs, please. It's good stuff.
Well, yeah.
I'll see you on Saturday, if not before, Andy.
All right, see you guys.
Later.
Cheers, matey.
See you later.
Bye-bye. My lads live out in East London on the overground, overland. Overground. It's overground, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's cheap to get around.
I might be
just takes time. It just takes a while. It takes like from central London out
to Dalston.
Yeah,
which is-
yeah. Well,
There's a film on that's electronic body movie. It's all about EBM music, like Front 242, and
yeah.
there's a big documentary. It's going up the Rio Dalston,
When's that on?
March 15th.
Oh, I'm not going to be there.
But
I'm
it's an
going over.
afternoon.
I'm probably going to go March 15th. I might, maybe.
It's part of.
I'm definitely.
Rock and
I've got.
Roll.
Oh yeah. I'm on their mailing list actually, so I'll probably get some info. I'm going. I've got a couple of gigs booked. I'm going to Union Chapel.
Oh, nice.
In April, and I'm going in May to Cafe Otto that's in Hoxton. Hoxton? Or is it Dalston? No, it's in Dalston, I think.
Dalston, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Dalston Victoria? Basically, a pub with a room out the back, but quite
I
a
don't
big
know. I've
room.
not been there.
I saw Green Gartside and Robin Hitchcock
Oh wow!
on the same stage doing Nick Drake songs. Brilliant. It was,
I was going to
it
say
was
that.
just like
That
one
would
of
be. I mean, I'm not a Nick Drake fan, but I bet that was really great.
these- Oh, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I only went because Green was there and
Yeah.
he did this thing with Robin. Yeah. No,
But Cafe Otto is quite a cool place. It's mainly for experimental
okay.
and sort of left field music, but it's quite a nice little venue. It's a usual sort of thing. Cafe through the day, and then in the evening it just turns into a venue. It's not massive. It's 70 people full, but it's it's a good place to go.
Just booking my hotel now.
For
Synthesizer.
excellent. Yeah,
Okay,
I've
so
got
which hotel is within walking distance of the Octagon?
Well, you could walk from the Novotel, but I always get an Uber. And the Uber only costs you like £4. Walking distance. What's that one that you and I were going to stay at, Ian? Oh, you stayed there, I think, didn't you?
Well, I've always stayed at the Wilson Carlisle. But
there must be some.
was it Pete who was staying with? It's because you did stay with Pete, didn't you, last year?
Yeah, but Pete was with me at the at the Novotel. No, it's an independent, and that's within walking. Well, it's a good, maybe a 10-15 minute walk.
Right.
Oh, what the bloody hell! Andrew would know. Brooksy would know.
Of course you would. Well, Brooksy, where are you when we need you?
I can't remember what the bloody hell it's called. It's like an independent thing. When you look at the pictures, it's kind of seems like it might be stuck in the 1970s a bit, but it looked okay. It looked okay, and it was reasonably priced. Oh, what the flipping!
I can't remember, to be fair, because certainly for the last 3 years I've stayed at Wilson's.
Yeah,
Because it's clean, it's cheap, and it's close. That's the other thing. It literally is.
But
5 minutes.
Sheffield has got obviously it's got the trams and what have you, and it's fully Ubered up. So honestly, wherever you stay, you could probably get an Uber for just a few quid each way, which is what I always do because I'm a lazy bastard. Although walking home is quite nice because it's generally quite vibrant and well lit up, and
Well, on Saturday night there's all sorts going on.
Oh, geez, yeah. Especially in that Turkish place, it gets right.
Oh, it's great, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Fingers crossed we'll be able to do the same as we did last year. So, yeah. Of course, you could also sleep on Andrew Brooks's floor because.
And I've done that before now.
Yeah, many people have. I've never had the pleasure.
Yeah. So Brooksy lives about. It's a tram ride away.
Yeah.
But.
Here's us, renting out Brooksy's floor space for him.
Well, there's not only there's I stayed on the floor because I did take a mat and a sleeping bag, but I could have quite easily slept on the sofa as well. The sofa's big enough, so in theory you could have two people.
Was that when Robert stayed there?
No, Robert stayed the year before.
The year before.
Yeah, and he did offer it to Robert the night, but he didn't take it up. The only problem is he's got a noisy fridge. said, your bloody fridge is noisy. 3 o'clock in the morning. He went, yeah, I know.
No, I haven't booked anything yet because I don't know. Because my accommodation at Synthfest, it relies on whether I'm involved
Exactly, yeah.
or not. If I'm booked, then my accommodation is taken care of. If I'm not booked, I have to sort myself out. But no, what I'm working on. Oh man, if I can pull this off, it's going to be fucking brilliant. It's good. I'm so excited, but it's kind of like out of my control, a lot of it, because I've had to get balls rolling in other places and sort of set people up. If I can do this, would you do that?
Yeah.
And it's all, and then the main attraction isn't in this country, so I have to deal with them outside and try and coordinate. And of course, they have agents and distributors and all this kind of thing, and I have to. But if I can do it, it'll be a great combination of an off-site event, an on-site event, and hopefully, something on the show floor as well.
Brilliant.
I'm saying all this, it probably come to nothing, and we shall see. So, but it'll be great if I can pull it off. And I've got now something else has kind of landed on my plate. Well, not on my plate. Synthesized in Cambridge.
Yes. I keep meaning I want to come to that, actually.
Well, I was inquiring about this year's event, and it turns out that the guy that has organised it for the past however many years, this guy called Tony, is an absolute gem. He's, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, he moved from Cambridge, or the Cambridge area, to the south coast. But he said, I'm happy to continue organising this thing. So he was coming up from the south coast, having to stay over, for hotels and all this kind of, because it's a weekend event and everything. He's now got to a point where that's not kind of practical anymore. So he wants the thing to carry on, but he doesn't want to be doing it. And he was telling me this the other day, and it was only about like a day later when I read back through the message, and I thought, I think he's actually trying to sort of
get you to do it.
Yeah, dangle something in front of me, like saying, well, I'm like, oh no, I suppose So I need to have a word with him, but we might be sort of involved in that, which is a very small. It's not like it's not a Synth East.
No, but even so,
it's definitely not a Synth Fest, but it's kind of a niche thing. But I kind of like that. I like the whole vibe. It's all very nerdy. Very nerdy.
Yeah, so it's 3 hours from me, from here.
Yeah, Cambridge is easy to get.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's not 100 miles away. Well, it's not even probably a mile away from the railway station. It's actually right next to one of the railway lines, the event. But because it's not just the fact that you've got loads of people there with some very cool gear. I mean, there's this guy, this Japanese guy that comes along. Is he Japanese? I think he is. Anyway, he turns up with a couple of ARC 2600 proper real original, and one of them is literally showroom condition. It's like it's just come out of the box, and he said that's how I got it. So I've not done any restoration. This was sitting in the corner of somewhere and barely got used. It's a lovely thing. Eddie turned up to that. He's done that 2 years in a row now with his JVs and
he
whatever.
Filmed a bit for Ramsey's show, didn't he?
Yeah. Of course, me and Pete were there last year with all the emulators, and then I've been there with Fairlights and DXs and stuff. All you got this year sorted when it happens, if it happens. Found out the other day that our position at Synthesizer has us next to PMT.
Really?
The most unfortunately named. But luckily, the guy from PMT in Norwich is a very old friend, and he has Steve from Yamaha come. So he's bringing down like a Montage M8X and a seat track and a FGPD doodah drum thingy. What's it?
I used to know the guy who set up PMT years ago.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, like I say, I don't know. I wouldn't know him now, but it was two partners, wasn't it? It was two partners, wasn't it?
Because I know that it used to be. Well, they used to be Carlsberg, and then Carlsberg turned into Academy of Sound.
Yep.
And then Academy of Sound turned into something else.
I can't remember.
I think, and then PMT. So I always have it in my head that PMT was just like born out of the ashes of
it might well have been,
the
but
previous one of those, but it might not. I don't know. It's just like, honestly, who sat at the table and said, "What do we call ourselves?" Oh, I know. We sell professional music technology. Why don't we call ourselves that? Yeah. What should we put above the door? Because professional music technology is quite a big wordy thing. Well, let's just put our initials up. What are our initials? PMT. Who the fuck signed off on that?
There's lots of premenstrual tension, yeah.
But now they've changed it, and it's now Play Music Today.
Oh, is it?
It's still PMT. You've changed the words, but you've kept the acronym. Has Jeff frozen, or is he just holding that?
No, I'm looking at maps. I'm sorry,
mate. Honestly,
you can maps.
You were so good. Honestly, you could be one of those street artists. Those street.
Yeah. Purple man.
The statue.
The purple man.
Honestly, do that in Covent Garden in London, and you can afford the hotels.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah.
There you go.
No, I'm just trying to situate the octagon with hotels. And so I'm just scrolling at maps.
Okay. No, but you would look like. Yeah,
I think.
you got run up your ass.
I think the one I've picked is on the other side of fucking Sheffield. But I don't give a shit.
Where are you?
Oh fuck! Now you're asking. I've got to look it up now. Hang on.
Oh dear. Well, yes, Dina will be there this year.
All right, good.
At Synth Fest, and there might be somebody bringing her up that's rather special, but I don't know. Can't confirm that yet. Because it was great when she was brought up a couple of years ago by
Bukes, wasn't it?
What? Sorry.
Was it? Wasn't it got with the guys from Bukes? Was it?
No. She was with Rupert Greenall from The Fix. The great Rupert Greenall.
I remember The Fix.
Yeah. Still big in America, still playing.
Really?
I'm in the premiere in Sheffield Arena.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is on the outskirts a little bit, yeah.
So
but no, it's great connections.
It's got on-site parking. That's all I
There
really
you
give
go.
a shit
Yeah,
about.
that's all you need, isn't it?
Because I can park in the car park next to the Octagon, can't I? So.
Because that year she brought Rupert up, she phoned me up months before and said, Rob, if I send you some stuff, like the standees and the merch and stuff, if I send that to you, can you bring it up to Sheffield? I'm like, yeah, of course I can. And she said, I'm flying in and then I'm going to get the train. Because the fucking trains went on strike or something. Well, there was something going on.
Train strikes.
Yeah. And she said, I remember her phoning me up saying, oh, I think I'm going to be able to get there. I've a friend of mine, Rupert, she just said Rupert, he's going to be bringing me up. I said, okay, cool. So I'll see you in the hotel. And we met up in the hotel. And this man, he's very well dressed. He's got the trilby hat, proper rock star, And I looked at him, I thought, I know your face. And Deanie goes, Rob, this is Rupert. Rupert, this is Rob. I go, oh, hello, hello. It was literally about an hour into the conversation that something was said and the penny dropped. Oh, you're Rupert Greenall. Fucking hell. Really lovely bloke. And he just, at the drop of a hat, he said to Dina, I'll drive you up. And that was that. But hopefully she'll be brought by someone very special. We hope.
We're not talking another synth queen, are we?
Yeah, actually, the Fix first album was the one I had, The Shuttered Room.
Yeah. No, this isn't. No, I'm shut up. Don't ask me.
Don't ask. You can't.
All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
I won't even tell you in private, mate. This is.
No, and I respect that. I respect that.
If it happens, it's going to be fucking brilliant.
The hotel you were talking about, Robbie,
Yeah.
Rutland Hotel?
Rutland.
Is that the one?
The
The
Rutland.
Rutland Hotel, yeah.
That's
right. That's the one, isn't it?
meters away,
Yeah, the Rutland.
and it's $50 a night.
Go
Does
for
it really have a bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an independent. It's not a chain.
Yeah.
Mine's just
Breakfast?
cost me 173 quid.
Mine's costing less than that for 2 nights.
Oh, bollocks.
3-star
Hey, you
hotel.
should have got. I told you.
I booked that last year,
Yeah, you did.
but I had to fucking back out
Cancel it.
tonight.
And actually, if you book it through booking.com, you don't have to pay if you cancel. You can change. You can always change your mind. There'll probably be some rooms left at the moment.
I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Fuck it. I really can't. I know all that's going to happen is once Synthfest finishes on the day, me and Luke, because we'll have driven all that way, he's like, fuck it, we're going back, we're crashing.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I just realized that. Okay, so the $50 a night is for today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Friday, October 3rd, it's 158 a night. Yeah.
What you've also got to remember is that time of year is also when people start back at uni in sort of
Right.
early October. So it's a great time to be in the city, but it's also a shit time to be in the city.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah, but then I mean, it's okay. 158 a night, it's fine.
Is that US or Canadian?
That's going to be, well, I don't know. Yeah, it just says $sign. Oh, Trivago is 108. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I rarely book directly now. I always go through Expedia. or Booking.com sometimes.
I tend to use Booking.com
Expedia is good
for
too.
most of it.
Yeah.
Most
I
of it.
think I did
Agoda.
all of Berlin this year. I did all of that on Expedia and got a pretty good deal.
I've never used Expedia actually. But
Who else
it's,
has come? Anyone coming to Berlin? Super.
No, not this year. Oh, well, 1 year, but not this year.
You got to, mate. You really got
I
to.
know, and I'm trying to convince Jane. The problem is, this year of all years, Jane doesn't want to go and
Yeah.
leave her dad for
Exactly. Yeah.
that.
No,
So that's why. And I wouldn't come on my own. We'd come together and then we'd extend it.
yeah.
No,
It's
and spend some.
absolutely worth it.
Because everybody tells me, including my kids, say I have to go to Berlin. It's brilliant.
Oh yeah, it's just it's such a wonderful place. Everything about it is just brilliant. Everywhere you go, there's a vibe, such a vibe. So, and even if you don't go, even if you just do Super Booth, go back to your hotel, do Super Booth, go back to your hotel, it's still great. Berlin is a very special city.
Yeah, excuse me.
I'm trying to relax here and I need to come and read my screen because I just saw my name mentioned. What the fuck?
Robbie expected a DX7 to play when he first found.
They're talking about acronyms, and Wagyu said, like, the Committee for the Liberation of Integration of Terrifying Organisms and Their Rehabilitation into Society.
Yes.
And I said I could
know,
never
of course.
find it.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that's about.
Committee for the Liberation, Integration of Terrifying Organisms and Their Rehabilitation into Society.
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah. He found it in the end.
Yeah. With a little bit of help from my friends.
Oh dear.
Right, so I'll be off. And
Okay.
it's nice seeing you again, guys. I've been missing you quite a bit.
I know.
We missed you too.
Yeah.
Well, you have Matt to thank for this.
Well,
sorry?
I've missed. Look,
Oh, Matt.
I freely admit that I've felt quite isolated without the pubs, and I asked Kent if he could put one on. So, yeah.
And then I get a message saying, "Do you want to run a pub?" And I'm like, "Oh, all right then."
More, please, is what I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah, yes.
it has been lacking.
And so
It-
anyway,
well-
yeah, I'll book my. Now tickets are available when? Because it doesn't
What,
say.
the Synthfest?
Yeah.
Not for a little while.
Okay.
That'll
If you
go.
can I mean, as soon as you know, because I know you're aware of everything, Robbie. If you can shoot me
We'll see live.
a
It'll
text.
go up on PSN, won't it?
Oh yeah, well, absolutely. As soon as
Yeah,
it's,
but I
it's
might
news.
miss it.
Oh,
We'll
don't
make
worry,
we'll make sure you know. We'll make
Oh,
sure you
okay,
know.
right. Thank
Don't
you.
worry.
Yeah,
I love
don't
you
worry.
guys.
What do you mean you'll miss PSN? Fuck you, Jesus.
Okay,
Good to see you, Jeff.
nice. Yeah, good
Yeah,
to
mate.
Stay
see you
strong,
too.
stay independent.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
to hell with Trump.
yeah. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We got him. We got him.
Yeah.
Okay. See ya.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
Kent's in the chat.
He is.
Yeah, I just seen. I really should put my glasses on. I'm trying to make the most of my new addition on my chair, but
Robbie, it looks like you're having sex.
He's trying to hump his desk.
I'm just trying to pull myself closer. There you go.
Astro's away.
Listen. We know you like the Astrolab, but for fuck's sake,
Yeah, I mean, come on. Get a room.
Robbie neglected his
got one.
Smurf board. Yeah, my Smurf board.
Robbie's doing a new plug-in.
No, I got the recliner option, so you got a leg support. It's so
Is that what you call it?
Yeah. Oh, seriously, I wish it was that long. Yeah.
Wait for it. How many articles are going to get missed because he's done that and fell asleep?
I have. When I first got this, I was quite tired that day, and I went back like this. I was just like watching something on there, and the next thing I know, I'm snoring. And I'm just, oh Jesus, right off it. Oh dear. Anybody try that free CS80?
No,
I don't need another CS80.
Everybody
don't.
needs another CS. Now this one is free, and
I downloaded. I haven't installed it yet.
it's not bad.
I won't touch it until I get a certain person's
Yeah.
take on it.
I'm toying with the idea of buying pigments, and I don't really do.
Pigments is a fucking
It's
amazing
really
thing.
Mine's it's 49
Very
quid for
good.
me.
Oh,
Get
get it,
on-
mate.
get on it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Because when
Right.
they update it to 7, you probably won't have to pay anything.
Right.
Because
See, I'm convinced now. But I've just spent a fortune on a bloody piece of wood.
What you got? Sorry,
Did you not see it?
I did not. No. Oh, you got the that thing.
That thing.
That
It's
piece
got the
of
chopping board, yeah.
wood. The cheese
Got the
board,
chopping
yeah.
board. It comes with it. It comes with it
With cheese.
with rings.
Cock ring, yeah.
Yeah,
Cock rings.
comes with cock rings. 4 of them.
How many cocks have you got?
Exactly.
Now, Kent had to listen to that CS. I played him a demo of it, and he goes, he did that. Oh, he sort of.
Oh,
went,
did he?
"Ooh," yeah, because they got the guitar sound very, very close. This is too far back. This really is.
Yeah. No, like I say, until he's had a go on it and giving it his Caesar, I
I
wouldn't
mean,
bother.
honestly, it's free, so you really don't have anything to lose.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There is that.
But
There is that.
apart from disk space on your hard
I'm
drive.
just wondering though why.
And my hard drive's pretty full.
I mean, what makes me wary is the fact that it's been made by someone I've never heard of before.
Okay.
That is, by all intents and purposes, a committed synthwave artist. You know, if you look at listen
Right.
to their stuff, that they're an artist as well as a developer. They've got a few paid-for effects plugins, and then they've done this thing that sounds very much like a CS80. It doesn't look like a CS80, except that it's got, you know, the dual layer controls and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's not skeuomorphic at all. It's just a very flat design, but it does sound rather good.
But the thing is, if you're going to come out and hit with a plug-in to announce yourself, so to speak, that's the way to do it.
It is actually, isn't it?
I mean, he says it's definitely, you know, it's in beta version, you know, so there's plenty of things that could go right or wrong with it later on, but yeah, it sounds.
Yeah,
fortunate.
Culture of Ghost is asking, has Argos ever sold a synth in its history that you know of?
Must have.
I'm pretty sure they
somebody's-
sold the CSO1 at some point.
That's what Wagyu just said, yeah.
Yeah.
They certainly sold, you know, PSS, PSRs, Cassia
Yeah, yeah.
tones. All the time I was there, which was from 89 to 99, it was all home keyboards.
Hmm.
But there is a website. There's at least probably more than one website out there that's got scans of Argos catalogues that go way back. So I'm sure that at some point, I'm sure the CSO one
Probably would have been in there.
yeah. But that's about as proper as it got,
Mm.
The CS one was one of those little crossover things, wasn't it? You could sell it to families and kids, but you could also,
Yeah.
sell it to,
Yeah, it was a proper synth at the same time.
I'm sure somebody can Google that.
Mm.
Oh, these fucking headphones remind me why I changed the bloody pads on the last ones. Oh, I don't know.
Steve Opos, did he ever sell a Phil Collins Dusty Bin hybrid novelty storage bin? Definitely. Must have done. Look what you could have won.
Look at what you can do. And Billy's special prize is a speedboat. Now divide that up between you.
Yeah.
One. Keep it tight. It'll be up all night. It's a leather cock ring.
2.
My mate, a guy.
Poor
who
old
used
Justin
to-
has got no idea what we're talking
I
about
know.
here. You know that because
Just
this
as
is a
well.
very
I'm in my own
old.
little world right now.
Yeah, it's a very old British TV show, quiz show.
Mate of mine I worked with used to do a raft of those. Every now and again, he'd just go into it and he'd rattle off about 15 of those fucking things, and they would just level everyone in the shop. Brilliant.
Material looks like a cool device. I'm looking for at the end. I've played the N. I really liked it actually. It's reasonably priced for a Soma product. It's weird and it's wonderful.
Ted Rogers, yeah, he was an arsehole.
Yeah, apparently he was.
He was. I met him. He was a
Oh, you
dickhead.
met him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it looks at me like I pissed in his breakfast. He really, it was just, what?
Well, that's because you did.
Mind you, he was a fucking lump and all. He was about 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
Big guy.
Yeah.
That's the unstable. Let's see here. Factory presets.
Dusty Bin Shag Metal Mickey. Oh dear.
Nice effects.
They're good, aren't they?
Aye.
I agree with you, Frank. Keep electronic music weird.
Let's see. Leads. What do we do? Yeah, that's actually not bad.
Excuse me.
I quite like the sound of this, Oh,
Wagyu, honestly.
Was it the wave?
Drinking was a marital aid.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh Oh shit.
I suspect Buck Rogers was not as good as we thought he was at the time. Oh, Robert, if you're pissed, come on, mate. Come and make a fool of yourself, mate.
What have you done with the spawn? He's not well.
We're substituting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the second team in and playing tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
So is it a keeper? Is it a keeper, Rob?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
How's the key bed?
It's not the best in the world, but it's not the worst either. So,
So it's kind of
the velocity. I don't know if I can.
I think for me, it might be worth waiting for a desktop.
Yeah, could do.
I mean, with something like that, and me, I've got to have 5 octaves. All right, that's the new. What are they calling it? Parology from Full Bucket?
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Just this one preset, I really like it.
Patch 68. Robert, I don't think they're...
I don't think they're like lined up with the original.
No.
Yeah, they're probably scattered
What
around.
was the name of patch 68? Did it have a name or anything? Actually, no, I can check that out on... I've got the plugin, haven't I? Let's have a look at the plugin.
Robbie scrolls for 4 years going through all his plugins.
Going through all the bloody presets on the Waldorf Wave, because it's the worst UI in the world.
Somebody just sent me an email saying our next release, which is on Friday, is really, really good. And do we want to give them 25 quid for a full review?
Cheeky
No.
bastards.
No, absolutely not. You can sod off.
Well, so the only thing with that CS80 is it's a CPU hog. Like it's pegging out around like 40% on an i9. Right. But then again, it is a free plugin.
Right, Waldorf.
Rob says that sadly the Waldorf plugin only does 1 to 64 A and B respectively. So I'm guessing it's not going to be in there.
But there were some extra banks, so I wonder if there might be in the extra banks. And now I've really got to...
Put your glasses on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Paul, not a free review. We don't pay for reviews, ever.
Oh, I don't bloody know.
Excuse me.
64. Local wave term. Sunsets, batteries 1984.
Steve Elbow says a forum post says 68 no name given.
That's helpful. Well, I can do this one. Where is it? I'm still trying because the one thing about this is that it has the same awful.
Rob, what does it? Robert, what does it sound like?
Sing it to us.
You hum it, he'll play it.
Yeah. So I think that's bank, and then I think it's that sound.
He says patch 70 is a famous choir and 68 should
Yeah.
be a very famous wavetable scan.
This is patch 70, but I might have got this layered up with something else. Split.
Here's an interesting point. I've been asked to review a product on my YouTube channel that we did rather well at NAMM. Okay, it will remain nameless, and they want me to sign an NDA.
Okay.
Really? I tend not to sign NDAs. I tend to, you know.
So is it a product that's out?
Yeah. Yes, it was on a Kickstarter last year, and it's out now.
And they want to sign. You want to sign an NDA after everybody knows what it is?
Exactly. That's why I'm not signing that. They can stiff it. I mean, you know, they approached me. I didn't approach them. It's not a synth, by the way, but it's a music product.
Ask them why they want you to sign the NDA.
Yeah.
Because if everybody knows that it's there and it's out, but if they turn around and say, well, we're kind of still in development, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've signed so many.
Apparently, they are changing the name of it. He said in the email, but.
So that's that.
It's a choir.
That's that. I can't
He
play
says-
the choir.
He says it may be similar to a Perk Sync Sound patch 14.
Patch 14 on what though?
Yeah.
Oh, he's drunk. I don't know. He might he might just be sitting there dribbling and saying stuff.
Yeah.
See,
Okay. Pigment.
there are 200 presets that are supplied with this. Bank 0 is stuff they've done themselves. Bank 1 is replications of
Factory.
yeah,
Yeah.
but they're not necessarily like so the choir one is just called raw choir, but that is I think patch 70 on a PPG.
Right.
14 was literally called Perk Sync Sound in the original PPG manual. Okay, let's have a look here. Is there anything that says Perk Sync Sound or Perk for sequencer? Just looking for Perk or Sync. Syncy Perk, Perky Sync. Punchy.
Oh, just sorry. I've just because there's 3 documents they've sent for this thing, right?
Yeah.
And one of them is an agreement to sample review agreement, right? Clause 5. During the term of the agreement and thereafter, the reviewer agrees not to make any negative, disparaging or defamatory statements or comments, either orally or in writing, about the company.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Not, so I can't be impartial then, can I? If I don't like it,
Yeah.
Exactly.
stuff that for Game of Soldiers.
So you're basically doing an overview instead of a review.
Exactly. It's not going to happen. I'll email back and say thank you, but no thank you. It was a company called Craft Geek.
No.
Yeah.
I understand why they might want to protect themselves, but you can't.
No, you can't. We had this record, didn't we? I had this record. You know.
Is that it? Anyone? That's called Poly with Sync Effects. No, I don't know.
wait and see what he says.
I'm just randomly going. Synxtortion? I know. That sounds like could be. Oh, which one? This one?
I think Drunk Robert could be a lot of fun.
Yeah. His OnlyFans subscribers say so.
His
I've
helicopter
heard
impression.
he makes more out of his pictures of his bottom and his feet than he does out of his day job.
His helicopter impression makes him a lot of money.
Well, this one. Was that the one, Robert?
Yeah, it's like a synth. Yeah, he says that sounds like it could be 14.
Yeah, but he's delayed.
Yeah.
So. But so I was speaking with, as I said before, I was speaking with Steve Elbows quite a bit in the last. There you go. He says yes.
Yeah.
And I don't go on Gearspace. I try and avoid it like the plague. Thanks for the monies. But Steve said there's a guy on there who is a long-term PPG owner, and his comment was because he got his yesterday. He did an A/B comparison with his PPG Wave, and he posted 3 audio examples, and literally you really can't tell the difference. But he does say that there is this kind of issue that with the VCA envelope, I think it is. I'm sure Steve is in the chat. He'll correct me. That it's slightly different, but other than that, his words were, where is it? The Behringer Wave is the best PPG clone. You can transfer sound data 1-to-1 from the old to the new. He loves it. There's no need to get used to new things. It works the same way. He says the aftertouch is not really usable for introducing gentle modulations, but he says if you're into the PPG wave sound, go for the Behringer. If you like to have some nice additional features and modulation matrix and a UI that doesn't feel like the 80s, go for the third wave. But doing a PPG sound on the Behringer, he says, is easier than doing it on the third wave.
He says VCA envelope behaving more like linear instead of exponential.
Exponential, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was watching Starsky Carr's video, and he uploaded a patch, a wave term transient sample called Cathedral Choir, which is quite a famous one. It was used, Propaganda used it on Dr. Mabusa, and I love that sound. And he loaded it up in his video, and it just played this brief, the attack portion of it, and then just went and sounded like a Spectrum loading, a computer game in 1980, whatever. And I was like, oh. So I was talking to Steve about it, and Steve read the manual, and I read the manual, and Steve's got a much better comprehension of these things, but it seemed pretty obvious. And then Steve found a page on the Herman Sieb. I think it's Sieb. And Herman is this guy who's a big PPG knowledge base. And I think Herman was the guy that Behringer used to develop this. And on his page, it talks about this looping function. There's short looping and long looping. And it looks like they've only implemented short looping and not the long looping. And had they implemented the long looping, you'd be okay. But they haven't. So there seems to be a bit of a movement starting where people are saying, yeah, come on, update the firmware. No, there's no comms port. There's certainly nothing on the outside of the Behringer Wave to connect to a wave term. There might be something on a board inside. You never know, but it's not there.
Yeah.
But then, the synth tribe application allows you to upload.
Update the firmware.
No, but you can send samples and wavetables.
Yeah.
Through
through
the synth tribe app. Yeah.
Mm. You could do a USB adapter in theory.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Well, Frank says it might be a case of memory limits to keep the cost down, but these samples are tiny. The transients, they're tiny in size, and all they would it allows you to load the entire sample in. It just won't allow you to loop more than 128 samples across. And that Cathedral Choir, that T400 patch, its loop starts at 8192 and finishes at 16, whatever double 8192 is, 16384, isn't it? So it's like it starts looping halfway through the sample. So it's just a case of putting the sample points in, surely. I mean, I don't know. But you would have thought that, a tiny sample, this should have enough memory in there. You would have thought anyway. Just has that. I love that.
Yeah.
That sound. I really, I barely touched the sides on this.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
It's a lot of fun. I do like the white buttons, I gotta say.
Yeah, that's
it's so big, chunky white
very nice
buttons.
touch. Yeah,
like that. I was slightly disappointed that the LM drum didn't have clacky black keys for the
pad.
Although saying that, it's nice to have rubber pads that illuminate, because they give you feedback as well. The color and the flashing of the pad tells you whether you're using like a full, medium, or soft velocity. That's a lot of fun, that LM drum, I have to say.
You're in love, aren't you?
I'm enjoying them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do they clack? Not as
I was never that into clacky buttons, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no. Me neither.
I could do without clacky buttons. That's clacky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of clacky. Ish.
Culture Ghost, it's been there for about the last 4 years. My signing behind me. Sinner's Music sign. No, not 4 years, but certainly for the last since we moved here. Moncock's up there.
Moncock? Oh,
it's up there.
Where's Moncock? Moncock.
Yeah, on the back it now says Jelly Wrestler. I need a t-shirt that says Jelly Wrestler, don't I? We need the Sinner's Music. On the Sinner's Music store, we need a Jelly Wrestler t-shirt, and I'm sure Waggo would buy one.
You need to put an album out by the Jelly Wrestlers. That's what
Oh, it's coming. It is now. It's coming. Yeah.
Good. Pigment 6 is working.
Yeah, Pigment 6 is rather nice.
That is lovely.
All right, Wagyu, you're on.
And maybe a music video.
Of course.
Right, gentlemen, I am going to take my leave.
Where are you taking it?
I was hoping that I might get out and then leave you to.
I think we should probably call it a night because
Yeah. We ain't
Yeah.
done bad,
So
4.5 hours.
No, that was good.
I'm glad it's back. Let's do another one soon.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's all on Mr. Spong say so, isn't it? You know,
Yeah,
it's got to be done on his.
of course.
Did he hang around at all? I didn't really see him when he came.
Well,
back.
he dipped in and out.
He dipped
popped
in.
in and out.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
you know, I think he's really not.
He's having a
Oh, drunk Robert. He's not that drunk. He's.
Hey up,
fully
pisshead.
clothed.
I'm totally fine.
He's off his tits. Look at him.
How are
Well,
you, sir?
It's not been that much whiskey.
Oh
just
God!
about
Look
to
at
do
the
that
eyes.
then.
Look at the eyes. Fucking hell.
Let's get a close up. Oh, he's wasted.
He's ruined.
He's properly wankered.
Oh shit.
I was about to have a little sniff to myself before bed. Whiskey, that is, not Robert.
oh.
Right,
Aye.
gentlemen. Robert, I'm sorry to cut and run, but I'm going
Yeah,
to bed.
me too.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Rob. Rob's.
Good to see you, mate.
Likewise.
It's
See
been
you
too
later, Matt.
long.
See you,
I
Justin.
don't. See you later, buddy.
Yeah,
Take it easy.
take it easy.
Have fun.
Bye bye.
It's been too long, Robert. It's been too long, everyone, to be fair. Right,
Agreed.
I'm off. Go safe, y'all, and I'll speak to you soon.
See you later.
Don't stay up too late, Robert.
You only have to be at work at 9.
Yeah, exactly. Right, good night, all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Well, if I can work out how to route this PPG plugin from Hermann Zeib to
Did I ever get that going?
uh,
Is it Zybe? Is it? I don't want you to pronounce it.
Hermannzeib.com.
The eyes, yeah. I've got the website. Yeah.
Yep, WaveSim, which is basically, well, he rewrote the operating system.
Yeah.
So the last 3 or 4 versions of the PPG operating system that have fixed quite a few of the bugs from the 80s, he wrote.
Okay. But I'm pretty sure he's the guy that Behringer got into to
Or,
do this.
yeah, they got him involved. Well, when we were looking for people to get involved, he basically sent them a message of like, well, I have some experience. I've like only rewritten the operating system twice.
Yeah. Just a little. Yes.
And like, if you see pictures on his website from years ago, he like only had like 8 Wave 2s, 2.2s
Is that
in the
all?
house. Yeah. Like pictures from the craziest time, I think it was something like that. 8 2.2s, a few 2.3s, a 2, and like some of the processor keyboards. Plenty of wave terms to go around. So obviously him and Paula Maddox working on a lot of
Yeah. I mean, they're
stuff back 25 years ago.
yeah. Paula's website's still up, which is really useful. Yeah, it's Windows only, isn't it? I think.
Probably.
Yeah. I think I had it on a Windows machine many years ago.
He's a very good Windows programmer. It's like it's the most hilarious because he uses the most bare metal Windows libraries. So it just, however old some of his software is, it just still works. He like randomly updated it many years ago to be 64-bit, and it just works.
I might just put that on my. Got Windows VM. I'll give that a go just to see what it's like.
I mean, the filter is definitely not the greatest model in the world, but he is not taking any sort of create Brighton value. It was just a plugin he created to test the Waveterm C project that he and Paula were working on. So it was basically just to have a virtual PPG to test the virtual Waveterm C that Paula was working on.
Yeah.
It also means you can get it to crash if you know certain button combinations that make it unhappy. And you press go through some menus too fast. You get it to just the virtual software could crash as well. Just all part of the experience. Gives you an authentic.
That's it.
Don't push the buttons too fast.
Aye. Right. Well, I think it is time for bed. What have we done? 4 hours 40.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Alright. Let me just put...
Disappointing that I can't seem to manage to get this to work. To come out of the correct output. So you could hear it. But yeah, it's also the joy of a VST2 plugin when I only have mostly VST3 hosts left.
Yeah.
It's coming out. No. Are you hearing this?
Yeah.
Okay, don't know what I clicked to make that work. That is always
Whatever
the
you
best.
did, it worked.
Yeah, this appears to be patch 16. No idea what that's called. Would have to consult the PPP user manual. That's the exit patch, which is 15. Why are these knobs rotary? Why is it not linear? The joys of nearly 20-year-old software.
There you go. Look, I've peeled. It's a keeper. I've peeled the screen covers off.
You didn't do the tech mode. Oh yeah.
All right then, chaps. Knock this on the head and go to bed. Good idea. Are you playing that with your QWERTY?
No,
That sounds like it.
with a very shitty keyboard in front of me. My QWERTY keyboard would be a lot louder.
Yes, what I thought. Dear, oh dear. All right then, guys. I'm going to shut this thing down.
All right.
Shut
Good
this
to
shit
see
down.
you all. And,
Lovely to
see
see
you
you.
again soon. All right, everyone. Take it easy. Have a great night.
Au revoir.
Bye.